Alright, looks like everything is going okay. Let me do a quick audio preview on myself, on my and it looks like I'm coming through A-okay. So, hello everybody. I hope you are all enjoying your Friday morning, evening, whatever part of the world that you happen to be in. I, for one, probably need a bit more sleep, but it's my day off, so probably after I get this stream done and over with, I'll try to catch a nap. But other than that, it's been uneventful today for the most part, and nothing really happened. I've just been staying home. And I am definitely excited to see what Chapter 1 of Steins is going to bring me today, because, as I've said to a few of you in a couple community posts and comments, the prologue has done a very good job of hooking me right off the bat. It set the bar pretty high, and I'm hoping that the rest of the game will continue to only elevate in quality from there. So, Kurisu. I suspect that she is going to be the key figure to solving whatever mystery I'm currently being presented with here, because the events leading up to her death and a little bit afterward are certainly mysterious, to be sure, but her death specifically, at least currently, is the one thing I know the least. Well, I don't know if knowing the least about is really the right way to describe it, because I don't know exactly what caused the time machine to appear the way it did on the rooftop of that building either. I don't know what caused that either, because when we showed up there initially, there was all these weird sparkles and everything, and the very noticeable underplayed reaction to almost everybody else, save for Rintaro, definitely drew my attention. And then there's also the fact that there was that satellite that crashed into the same building that we were in shortly after we evacuated when we found her corpse. There's something strange going on here for sure. But I have a feeling that if I can learn more about the Lady Genius's death, that will probably serve as a good starting point as any for me to figure out the events that led up to and what happened after her death too. So, without further ado, let's begin. Light Arimura, welcome to the stream. Same to you as well. Amonimus. Oh boy, it's the Delusional Otaku O'Clock, the sequel. Yeah, he does. Yeah, Rintaro does definitely remind me a lot of why am I forgetting it? Why the hell am I forgetting his name? Well, come on. Taku. Except, I will say, he's definitely, from what little I've experienced him so far, he's definitely got an overall more pleasant personality and is more friendly in general. And can actually hold a proper conversation with people, if, for lack of a better description. I mean, based on we all saw his interruption of the press conference here and how he talks to his childhood friend here. So, I mean, I'm not going to pretend he talks like a normal person, but compared to Takumi, he's definitely a step up in the communication department, for sure. Yeah, Takumi, yeah. I don't know why I forgot his name. Here. I mean, I played the whole freaking entirety of Chaos Head Noah. You would think I would have his name memorized at that point, even though it's been a while since I've actually played that. Well, again, it's not been that long, but my point still stands. I mean, I know I'm bad with names in general here, but I mean, like, come on. That's like, that moment right there was real bad, even for me. So, time travel paranoia.
おい、そこの貴様、俺たちが見えているか？
I don't know. I think I might need some really strong prescription lenses here. All I can see are vague shapes right in front of me. And I think one of them is trying to communicate with me.
なぜ何も答えない？貴様に聞いているんだぞ。モニターのそっち側にいる貴様にだ。
Well, I'm just saying, you ask me a stupid question, I'll give you a stupid answer. And I just gave you my stupid answer, so...
間抜け面をしよってつまらんやつだ。貴様からだと俺たちはテレビのモニターの中にいるように見えるだろうな。だがそれは大きな間違いだ。
I don't know. You seem very flat to me.
モニターの中にいるのは貴様なのだよ。貴様が現実だと思っているその世界は実は全て虚構。もちろん貴様自身もな。
Funny, I seem to vaguely recall Takumi making similar philosophical musings at a couple points throughout Chaos Head Noah's story too.
真の現実、それはこちら側にある。自分が何を指摘されているのかすら分かっていないか。無理もない。まあいい。貴様には分かりやすく俺たちのことについて説明してやろうではないか。
Alright.
俺たちがいるのはどこかということだ。ここは東京秋葉原にある未来ガジェット研究所だ。俺たちは普段ラボと呼んでいる。世界の支配構造を作り変えるという我が野望の拠点だな。
Future Gadget Laboratory. So I got a question. Since this place is called Future Gadget Laboratory, and we seem to be presented with quite the intriguing murder mystery on our hands within the first couple hours, do we have an inspector anywhere on the premises? And is his name Inspector Gadget? Because I have a feeling we're going to need a cyborg inspector here in order to have a relatively easy time getting to the bottom of this mystery. Especially with time travel involved. Anyway, we got a tip. The system. Which I suspect is a code word for you to refer to wider society, yes? Shinobu tip. The system is the means by which the organization maintains its grips on humanity. Its full scope is too vast to comprehend, but suffice it to say that the system gives the organization influence over government, religion, media, culture, and science worldwide. Most people do not even know that their lives are controlled by the system. I think most people actually, at least intuitively, understand that. They just don't care because they're too busy working their 9 to 5. It is so deeply embedded, and why aren't you? Okay, for some reason it's not letting me scroll down here on this thing. That's weird. Hold on. Whatever, I'll just read this here and then I'll try to figure out how to scroll it. Future Gadget Lab is a real place. Wait, it is? Hold on. I want to look that up. Future Gadget. Future Gadget Laboratory. Japan, Shibuya, he said. Well, according to this, it's a fictional laboratory, but... Wait a minute. Future Gadget Laboratory, it has a Facebook page. Real-life location of... And... Okay, I'm getting mixed information here. The AI is telling me that it's a fictional location, and yet there's links that are showing me that's a real location. So let me check the wiki for this. Official website. Try this. Oh dear, you're directing me to Jast. I probably should not put that on here in case they flash me any nudity. That could be very disastrous for me. Alright, you know what? I'll just take your guys' word for it, and I'll just confirm it beyond a shadow of a doubt off stream for now. Because I'm not exactly in the mood here to go on an extended search at the moment, confirming whether this place is real or not. But who knows, maybe that'll change in like 20 minutes or something. Still waiting for the green tea caffeine to wake me up a bit. So maybe my patience will increase too as I wake up more. Fictional location based on a place okay, so Ammonia says, since the Science Adventure series takes place in Tokyo, most locations have a real address. And fictional location based on a place IRL, but it's almost 1-1. And Liz25, hi, welcome to the stream. We're just starting chapter 1, and I got my first tip, and I'm learning about the system, and also trying to figure out if I got some weird issues going on here with the tip thing. Because I can't seem to scroll the text on the one I have here on screen, even though it shows there's a little bar I should be able to move. This is weird. But whatever. It is so deeply embedded in the fabric of society that modern civilization would not be able to function without it. Destroying the system, therefore, would plunge the world into chaos. Kind of reminds me of a certain plot element from Metal Gear Solid 2, actually. Very prominent one at that. Okay, let me try something. Get back there. So, So we got the time capsule machine right here. Okay, maybe that's really all there is to it here, and that's... Okay, so the little sidebar on the right here stays the same size, no matter what I'm looking at. So I guess that must be all the text that's really there. Yeah, I am trying the little colon key things here, and that's not making any of the text move here. So this, coupled with this other tip I'm looking at here, tells me that that probably is all the text that the system tip actually has. So, I mean, you can hear me pressing my keys. It's not doing anything with this one, and it wasn't doing that with the system tip either. So for now, I'm just going to assume that's all the text that the system tip actually has, along with all these other ones I've got. Again, if this little sidebar thing's anything to go by, because I can't get it to move no matter what I do. And we're just going to continue on. Okay, so your purpose is to rearrange the ruling structure of the world, the system. Okay, so you basically want to usurp the control of the world and become its kings. So why should I bend the knee and kiss your feet exactly, O wise king? Do enlighten me.
そうなんだ。悪いことしちゃダメなんだよ、オカリン。
Well, if he ends up being supreme ruler of all of humanity, I mean, who can really stop him from doing whatever the hell he wants? You know, total power and all that.
まあ、イリは少し黙っていろ。
See? He admits it.
駅から出たら
That he's mad. That he's a villain.
末広町駅の交差点を蔵前橋通りへ左折。次の信号の一歩手前の路地を入ると大檜山ビルという古臭い雑居ビルがある。その2階に我がラボは今日構えている。
Careful now, Mr. Mad Scientist. I don't think doxing yourself to me exactly will end up exactly going the way that you think it will.
目印はビル1階にあるブラウン管工房というマニアックなテナントだな。
Braun Tube Workshop. Okay, wait, did a tip just show up for this because it's in red text? Let me see. New. Apparently not. Hey, get back there. What are you doing? Stop being stupid. That's my job. So, Braun Tube Workshop. Okay.
今時旧式のブラウン管テレビだけを扱っているショップだ。いかに電気街である秋葉原といえども需要があるとは思えない。寂れた店なのだ。
God, I miss CRT televisions. Those big boxy pain in the ass pieces of crap. Simpler times, my people. Much simpler times. Back when I was more idealistic, young and full of beans.
だがブラウン管工房店長である天王寺というおっさんはこのビルのオーナーでもある。
But no, unfortunately here in the 2020s, everything that has a monitor is flat! Like you people! You in the chat, you the people in the game I'm playing, you're all flat to me! I'm the only 3D person in existence!
ゆえに今や急ピッチで都市開発が進みしかも高騰しているこの秋葉原であろうと道楽丸出しの店を構えていられるというわけだ。幸いにもあの店長は人を見る目はあるようでな。この俺のカリスマ性を見抜きビル2階を丸々ワンフロアただ同然で貸してくれたのだ。ふわっ
You got something, alright, but I'm not sure charisma is the right word for it. It's probably the same exact thing I've got.
だが未来ガジェット研究所は深刻な人材不足のため優秀な研究員を随時募集中だ。今のところ所属研究員は
オカリンそこはラボメンって言わなきゃ。所属研究員じゃなくて。
So, you all work at a lab and yet you're not actually researchers. Is that what you're telling me? In other words, you're posers with god complexes.
ラボメンすなわちラボラトリーメンバーは俺を含めて3人である。
Fans believe the lab is modeled after a building in Chiyoda City, now a hair salon next to a computer store. Some fans have mapped out every scene featured onto the Akihabara map. All are pretty close. Now, isn't that a sad, interesting fate? To see a lab turn into a hair salon of all things in real life. What a world. Although looking at the gentleman right in the middle and the one on the right, they probably could use a trip to the hair salon if I'm being honest.
ラボメンナンバー001ラボ創設者にして狂気のマッドサイエンティストであるこの俺法院京馬。
Okay, so you all refer to yourselves as 00 number people, hey? So is Inspector Gadget Cyborg 009? Just out of interest?
オカリンって呼び方の方が可愛いのに。
そしてコスプレが趣味の高一点ラボメンナンバー002椎名真由里。
Oh, she does cosplay? Cosplay, short for costume play. To dress up in costume, most often as a fictional character. People who cosplay are called cosplayers, which can be shortened to layers in Japanese. Many cosplayers also make their own costumes. That reminds me, I need to resume reading My Dress Up Darling.
てってるマユシーです。着るんじゃなくて作るのが趣味だよ。
Oh, I see. So you're basically more akin to the male lead in My Dress Up Darling.
最後にスーパーハカーラボメンナンバー003橋田至だ。
スーパーハカーって呼ぶなよ。スーパーハッカーだろ上皇。
そんな我々3人で構成される未来ガジェット研究所の活動内容はそのものズバリ発明である。詳細は我がラボのホームページを見てくれ。もちろん闇の支配権力と戦うための未来ガジェットが最優先事項だが、その研究から派生する副産物的な発明も多い。というか今のところはそっちばかりだ。
So, you're weapons developers, huh? Have you made any drones by any chance? Or missiles?
すでに我々は8つの未来ガジェットを完成させた。だがこれはまだ序章でしかない。未来ガジェットのアイデアは俺の中に108まであるのだ。
某テニス漫画みたいにですね。わかります。
人の煩悩の数といえ、このアットチャンネルのめ。
Wait, Tuturu alert makes a good phone notification. Wait, did I just get something from my phone? Okay, how do I bring that up again? It was... Wait. Hold on. Let me look at the help thing. Okay, so it was Z and C. Okay. Well, it's not pulling up the phone right now. Guess I'll have to mess with it later.
それと、俺が話しているのだから口出しをするなと言っているだろう。
そもそもオカリン、さっきからなんで独り言喋ってんの？
独り言ではない。
Wait a
わ
minute.
からないのか。
I am not
モニターの向こうにい
Rentaro.
るこいつに話しかけているのだ。
He's not talking to himself. He's talking to the supreme ruler.
あ、今その人にやりって笑った。
おのれ貴様、何を笑っているのか。モニターの中の存在のくせに。
Back at you, my friend.
こっちみんなって言ってやれば？
Oh, I'm looking. I'm gonna be full on peeping here with this. Oh, wrong one. Don't look. Internet slang, eh? On the internet, it is an unwritten rule to say this whenever you see an image of someone or something looking toward the camera. News to me.
通じないんじゃないかな。
I'm just commenting on Mayuri's habit. Oh, I see. I see.
俺たちに話しかけられていることにすら気づいていないらしいな。自覚がないというのは実に不幸なことだ。
Yeah, I don't disagree. We are indeed talking past each other right now.
その人にしてみたら、マユシーたちがゲームみたいに見えてるのかな。
Reminds me of Taku. Yeah, again, Rentaro does remind me of Taku in several ways, but again, I think he's definitely a better conversationalist in general compared to Takumi. And from what we saw at the toy capsule shop here at the press conference, he's also far less hesitant to engage in acts of kindness with other people. So, if that's anything to go by, so far he all around comes across as nicer in general.
そいつには現実なのかゲームなのかっていう発想さえないんじゃね？
じゃあ、ダル君の大好きな二次元の女の子たちもそうなの？
I want to inform you that we don't call them 2D girlfriends, we call them waifus. Just for your information. 2D girl, a female character in anime, game, or manga. And then Rentaro stares at the monitor and asks, whose eyes are those eyes? Can you imagine someone like him going through all the shit that Taku went through in Chaos Head with his clearly much more hammy personality? Not gonna lie, I think I would actually pay to see a retelling of Chaos Head with a guy like Rintaro, with his more hammy personality, and just see how much stupider and wackier that whole story could be with someone like him instead of Takumi. Because I have a feeling that the entertainment factor would definitely go up a few notches if Rintaro swapped places with Takumi. Not to say that I have any issues with Takumi, at least for the most part, even after having completed the game. And now I'm just remembering that one little tip I was exposed to near the end of my run of Chaos Head, where it gave me information about his D sword and everything, and how basically, to paraphrase what the tip told me, the shape of his D sword took on the form it did because he had a pure heart. And then I remembered everything of him that I'd been exposed to up to that point, right up to that moment, and I just could not hold back my laughter because it was. Oh yeah, that was just so fucking funny to me. Just the gaslighting that they were trying to pull with me with that shit. I can't help but wonder, though, now that I think about it, if they'll try to pull something similar with me here, but in regards to Rintaro. But I'm not sure what form it would take exactly if they're going to try that here, because again, based on what little I've seen in the prologue, he definitely seems to be all around nicer, if a bit hammier than Takumi. So who knows what kind of bullshit they're going to try to pull on me here with this game here in regards to informing me of a character's attributes that and in a way that doesn't match up with what I end up seeing within the story proper. Yep, pure soul. Yeah, that's literally what they said. That D sword of his was shaped. It took on the shape that it did. It's a simple shape because of his pure soul. And then I remember all the perfect delusions he'd have, all the mean, intrusive thoughts, and the way he would even treat Nanami and all that art stuff, and a bunch of other things I could spend a while going over. Just yeah. The writer's definition of pure soul and probably most people's definition of pure soul is probably very, very, very different. But hey, stuff like that makes me laugh, if nothing else. Rintaro never shuts up about an evil conspiracy controlling everyone. Imagine if he heard of Neurose. Oh, exactly! If he heard of Neurose, someone like him, we would never hear the end of it, I'm sure. And I would probably just be subjected to a whole hour's worth of monologuing about that subject. And somehow, some way, shape, or form, I'd be willing to bet you that Rintaro would find a way to make that entire hour's worth of monologuing about the big mean old Neurose fly by without me feeling every single second of it, because he'll find a way to just word everything in a very captivating way. Or maybe I'm just overestimating Rintaro's vernacular abilities too much. I don't know. To be fair, I've only been exposed to him for a couple hours, so maybe I'm great already overestimating him.
それは別。あの子たちは僕の嫁だから。
By the way, there are more tips I didn't read. Was there? Oh yeah, this is now. Oh yeah. Yeah, there was. How did I miss these? Super hacker. A tremendously skilled hacker. Or at least someone who claims to be one. Which is pretty much most hackers on the internet. As in someone who claims to be a super hacker. The threat, my friend's a hacker, so he can easily find out who you are, often appears during arguments on the internet. People mockingly call the obviously non-existent delete hacker a hacker. And @channel, fictional, Japan's most popular anonymous message board. Covers a wide variety of topics, from cooking to anime to current events. Its catchphrases, everything from hacking to tonight's dinner. Wait a minute. Wasn't At Channel also in Chaos Head? I think I remember something. I think this name rings a bell. I think it was in Chaos Head Noah. And at least, yeah, I think that was where Takumi would search up the message boards for any information about the New Gen murders. It was At Channel. Yeah, okay, yeah, right. Okay, so I did remember that. That's good. Yeah, and I need to actually sit down and at least go over Chaos Head Noah's tip list on my own time here, sometime in the very near future, so I can at least have that information handy in the back of my mind as I'm playing this, because, I mean, that's just one example right there of information and terminology from the first game coming back into play with this one, and I'm sure it's going to play a bigger role within the story as time goes on. So if I can remember as much stuff as solid information from the first game as I can here, I have a feeling it's going to definitely enhance my experience and my ability to understand at least some of what's going on with this game here in the present. But anyway, I think that's all the tips for now. That's different. Those girls are my wives. See? He admits it! Waifus!
誰の嫁の話はどうでもいい。
でもさ、マユシの言ったことって興味深いテーマじゃん。もし仮に僕たちがゲームの中の住人だとしたら、それを見極める術はあると思う？
ないな。
即答かよ。
故にそのような議論は不毛。世界の支配構造を打ち砕く方法について考える方がよほど有意義だ。
中二病オツ。
Chunibyu! Now here's a tip I'm sure everybody here in the chat is all too familiar with. Oh, here we go. Now we got something that's scrolling and it's reacting to my mouse wheel. Perfect. Chinobyu, literally 8th grade syndrome. Still such a great name. A term referring to a mindset exhibited primarily by teenage males. I don't know, I've seen my fair share of teenage females that exhibit similar behavior. In real life, too. Also used as a derogatory term to refer to older people who still exhibit this mindset. Characterized by an affected attitude of nihilism or cynicism, extreme self-centeredness, delusions of power or superiority, I think they actually refer to that as delusions of grandeur, and a consuming fear of being treated as a child. The person exhibiting these symptoms believes that they are cool, but most observers find them pathetic. Or using Zoomer speak here, the person exhibiting these symptoms believe that they are fire. At least I think I got the term right? Chinobyu, which often abbreviated as Chuni, also refers to the fictional tropes that teenage males often enjoy, such as ancient conspiracies, superpowers, especially powers sealed in a character's eye or arm. Yeah, Naruto and all its consequences towards humanity. Norse mythology, battles for the fate of the multiverse, etc. Although, then again, I almost forgot about Lelouch and his Gios power. That was also a power that was reserved for the eye. That's right. The consummate Shinobu case will work such elements into his own personal backstory. Ocarine is a textbook example. Me FR. I step back from the... Hey! Gerald Froggy! I see Gerald Froggy on top of a cat! The frog is molesting the cat! And is that Jet Jaguar I see right up there on the whiteboard? I step back from the monitor. What the fuck am I looking at? Alpaca Man, okay. Yeah, I guess it's a pretty self-explanatory looking at the name and the image. A mammal related to the camel. It weighs anywhere from 50 to 55 kilograms, and its average length is around 2 meters. They can be found in Peru, Bolivia, Chile, and recently, even America and New Zealand. Unlike camels, alpacas do not have humps. Their bodies are covered with fluffy fur. Due to their strangely long necks and charming faces, they have some popularity as an ugly yet cute animal. Yeah, I'll admit it. This face definitely has some charm to it. Not gonna lie. So, an alpaca. An alpaca man, rather. I guess I need to go outside some point and bring an electric razor with me so I can hunt these sons of bitches down, shave their fur off, and then make socks with them. I found something to do after stream today, so thank you very much for informing me about the alpaca man. Girafroggy is superior to Upa. Fans still speculate the point of his intro speech. I like to think it's an interesting take on subjectivity of truth and science's inability to get the full picture of the universe. Well, here's one thing you gotta keep in mind here. Science is a tool that is invented by human beings. Human beings are flawed, and there's only so much information that we can store within our gray matter. So science is only as effective as the humans themselves that use it are, whether it be on individual basis or as groups, like with scientific groups and that sort of thing. And if any person or group has some kind of limitation in regards to their perspective of the world around them or other people, you name it, that too is going to affect their ability to use science in order to gather and learn more information about the world around them. So, yeah. So I don't think there's ever going, because of that, I don't think there's ever going to come a point to where, no matter how advanced science becomes, we're never going to fully understand everything in regards to how the world and / universe around us works. There's always going to be something here that's going to be outside of our scope to fully comprehend, because humans themselves are ultimately limited in the amount of information which we can process and perceive. If that makes any sense. So I think there is some truth to that. And Liz25 says it's a reference to some disturbing Fishman game. Wait a minute. Now that you mention it, I think I vaguely recall there being some kind of Fishman game that had human faces involved on them. Like, I don't know. It's I feel like it's something that I was probably exposed to only once or twice a really long time ago. To a point where I can only vaguely recall something about that, but nothing concrete. You know what? Why don't I look it up real quick? Now that you got me thinking about it. I have a feeling this should be easier to find than the other thing I was looking at earlier. Fishman game. Oh, wait, is it this one right here? Seaman for the Dreamcast? Yeah, okay, I remember this. Yeah, I've seen clips of it before. I've never actually played it, but from what little I have seen of it, it's definitely a strange little game for sure. Oh wait, it's on Steam. Here, let me look it up. Okay. So it's called Seaman. No. Fishman. No, I think this is a different one. No, this is a different one. Never mind. Oops. Well, hey, this certainly brings back interesting memories from my teenage years, from when I would occasionally come across really weird gems from the G4 TV days, back when G4 TV still had some relevance and didn't go to shit. This is a game called Alpaca Man 2, where you speak to Alpaca Man via microphone and watch him react. Yeah, so it pretty much is like that game too, because that was like, if memory serves, Seaman was one of the few handful of games on the Sega Dreamcast that actually took advantage of a microphone accessory. But there weren't a whole lot of games there weren't a whole lot of games that actually used it. The game exploded in popularity when it released 10 years ago, but personally, I find only the ugly part of Ugly Cute to be true. You and me both. But I mean, hey, ugly can be charming too. I bought it yesterday, 500 yen used, headset included. Sounds like quite a steal to me. Man, look at his pecs! I bet you he can bench press 300 pounds on the barbell. I turned to Daru with a menacing glare.
黙れスーパーハカ俺は中二病ではない
I sweeped my hair back and flashed a devilish grin.
ほーい今日まだ
Yeah, that's right. Huin Kyoma. I think it was like the Phoenix Reborn or something to that effect.
そういう設定っしょ。
やれやれ誰の人とのコミュニケーションの取れなさはどれだけ経っても治らないな
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not on a CG anymore. There we go. I can pull up the phone now. Sweet. Okay, so there we go. So, male ringtone. Okay, so we got Village. Can I preview? Yep. Sounds like something that fit perfectly in an old JRPG game. Beginning of fight. Also sounds like it would fit in a JRPG of old. And easygoingness. I'll keep that one in mind. Precaution. Sounds like it could actually be used in an old 2D Metal Gear game. First sound. Oops. Didn't mean to change it outright, but okay. Hey, I got an achievement for it. So yeah, this scene is loaded with as a load reference. For people watching SG, only it looks like fourth wall joke. While for Chaos Head players, it's obvious Takumi reference. If only had the You May Pass as a ring, that would be perfect if You May Pass was available as a ringtone, because I would totally use it if it was, for sure. And Skate of Steiner. I think I'll put easygoingness in here, at least for now, for the male to ringtone. Now, let's see what we have here for call ringtones. Okay, so this is just the same stuff as the previous list. Okay. I'll keep it on beginning of fight then. Dress book. Got Daru, Phonewave, Faris, Mayuri, and Lukaku. Memories of Another. Read an email. Oh, well, what do we have here? Well, it looks like gibberish to me, but something tells me that there's more to this gibberish than meets the eye that I'm clearly not grasping right now. I don't know if it's some kind of code or something, but it seems very suspect. This is the mail that had with the video. This is the mail that had video. Yeah, that's right. We didn't actually see the video, now that I think about it. We only heard some kind of audio. No, wait, no, it was static, I think. That's right. No outbooks. Viewed an email, sent history at least once. Okay, I think that's enough of that for now.
アニメのオフ会じゃ僕がいつも場を盛り上げてるっつうの。
Offline meets. When members of an internet community meet in real life. I believe we also refer to that as meet space. This fat, bespectacled guy is my brother in arms and right-hand man, Hashida Itaru, nicknamed Daru. Now. You don't have to be that blunt about it, do you? He's an hardcore otaku. You can always find him in front of the computer, playing games and watching anime. Otaku, a term for people with an obsessive interest in a particular topic. Hobbyists. Most often refers to fans of anime, manga, and video games. But there are also train otaku, military otaku, electronics otaku, etc. So for us non-Japanese people, it refers to nerds that have a specific love for Japanese entertainment / paraphernalia. But meanwhile, in Japan, it's just basically their word for nerd / geek. Yes, welcome to the stream. ISTG Steins community is so small. Is it? Because I thought Steins Gate was really popular at one point. I wouldn't think it would have a small fan community. He has 2D wives on whom he cheats with 3D mates. Yeah, I'm sure the 2D wives here, I'm sure they give him quite the frequent verbal lashings, don't they? I don't agree with his preferences, but to him, anything's fine as long as it's moe. He's the reliable and skilled partner who brings my ideals to fruition. Despite his insistence that software is his forte, he shows remarkable aptitude with hardware as well. Needles don't bite, they poke. Over here, nursing a pricked finger, we have Shiina Mayuri, a 16-year-old high school student, if you can believe it. Honestly, I sorta can. I've known her since we were both small. She's also an otaku, nowhere near Daru's level though. This ditzy girl is in charge of the lab's official costume division for women, and today she's working on customers at her usual leisurely pace, but she's the only woman in this place, yeah, so... never mind. Why does the Future Gate laboratory need costumes for women? It doesn't. The truth is that Mayuri is completely useless. Now that's not nice to say about your childhood friend. Still, there's no way I would ever kick her out. After all, she was the first one to join the Future Gadget Laboratory. I still remember the day Mayuri first came to the lab. It was spring. She said to me, Imagine there's a group of people a group of people that overhears this, and what might go through their minds when they hear her say this. Well, that certainly was cryptic. No, I think it's not cryptic at all. Steins Gate right now is more than niche, less than mainstream. It was popular a long time ago, but the fandom is just so small. I mean, as long as people keep it up, I respect it. I think the community is big, but it's been 16 years. Yeah, if it's... Okay, wait, so this thing's been around for 16 years? Yeah, then that would definitely... Yeah, fandom for someone that old would definitely shrink over time, for sure. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, that's just how life goes when it comes to these things, with these long-time IPs that have been around for a while. But her offer was my salvation. For she was the first to join me on my magnificent quest. She saved me from a solitary life on the run from the organization. I will never forget her kindness. Mayuri doesn't have to be useful. Her being here is enough. What a sweet thing to say. Even she is your hostage.
いや、全然。
The human-faced alpaca inside the monitor was completely unresponsive. So unresponsive you'd think the game was bugged. Maybe he's just dead. Whatever. I give up. Never again will I play this boring game. Well, hey, look on the bright side. You only spent 500 yen on it for both the game itself and the headset, so it's not like you really lost much on it.
この不愛想アルパカめが。
Can't wait for Steins Gate to reboot. I want to see if they cook. Wait, they're rebooting this? I curse his name and smack the TV. And as soon as I do, the TV makes a sound like it's shorted, and then the screen goes blank. I change the channel. Nothing. Check the power cable. Nothing. Whack it again. Nothing. Maybe you should try hitting it harder. Maybe that'll do the trick. I guess it's broken. Damn. You know what? I actually want to take a look at all this junk here. They have a cell phone on top of what looks like a little satellite dish. And yeah, just a bunch. Other than that, just a bunch of junk lined up here. Nothing that really stands out to me too much. This crummy TV is on lease from the Braun Tube workshop downstairs. Well, you broke it, so now you buy it. It's probably just old.
きっとね、アルパカさんが怒っちゃったんだよ。
後で修理できるか聞きに行かなければ。
I turn off the TV and lie down on the couch. I can't stand the humidity of Japanese summers. I stare at a conspicuous stain on the ceiling while fanning myself. I close my eyes. And what naturally comes to mind is that impossible scene I saw an hour ago.
消えた。
Wait, this only occurred only an hour ago? Holy shit, this guy gets over crazy stuff really quick, doesn't he? As I left Radicon, everyone vanished before my eyes. I can't explain it. And it wasn't just the people on the street. The people in the stores, gone. In the restaurants, gone. Even the cars vanished, drivers and all. Again, this reminds me of a very similar phenomenon that would occur in Chaos Head from a couple times whenever Shogun appeared. What was I can't remember the name of the phenomenon that I think it was referred to as a name at one point, at least a couple points during the story, right? The phenomenon that that Shogun used in order to isolate Takumi from everyone else in the world, so he and him can talk essentially in private. Could be wrong about that, but hey, oh my god. I just noticed. I see a Seiratan poster right on that building, right smack in the middle. And right now I'm also feeling an overpowering feeling of visceral anger and disgust upon seeing her. I missed her, can you tell? 15-year anniversary, we've been told a reboot is coming soon. The date is not announced yet. Honestly, it made me think Steins Gate would be a different game because of this scene. So, if they're doing a 15-year anniversary, then a deal for Steins Gate, then would it be essentially like an updated re-release akin to Chaos Head Noah then? Because from what I understand of Chaos Head and Chaos Head Noah, Noah acted as an updated re-release where they added a few new story sequences and updated the presentation a little bit and everything, in order to make it fit more in tandem with later adventures in the Science Adventure series. So I wonder if that's what they're going to end up doing with this, if they're going back to remake this. Steins Gate is a big sub-series in Science Adventure, like Persona is into the Shin Megami Tensei. They release something every couple of years, and Steins Gate Reboot is initially scheduled to release somewhere this year. Plus intro that everyone disappeared in Brotag has to figure out what the fuck happened. Yeah, I don't know much about Shin Megami Tensei, or Persona for that matter, but I do know that Persona seems to be more popular than its mother series, Shin Megami Tensei, and that it too has got a shit ton of spin-offs of its own, a spin-off of a spin-off, so to speak. I still want to check those. I still want to check those series out more at some point, because I own Persona 3 FES and Persona 4 Golden. Those are the two. I got a couple of copies of those handy across a couple platforms, and I can emulate. And I could emulate them if I wanted to. And I could also get my hands on the PSP remakes of Personas 1 and 2. I don't know. I find it difficult to really invest time in JRPGs all that much these days. Although, then again, thinking about it now doesn't really stop me from investing times in visual novels, does it? I don't know. Maybe I just gotta put myself in the right mindset or something. And it all happened in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, an empty city spread before me. I could still hear the music from the stores, but those catchy melodies were the only sounds of life remaining. Heat was rising from the asphalt in waves, but I felt only a cold chill down my spine. I just stood there, breathless, until...
どうかした?
Mayuri's voice brought me back to reality. Mayuri hadn't disappeared. You hadn't disappeared. That's interesting. That's very interesting, because whenever events like this would occur within Chaos Head Noah, it was usually because Shogun would actually cause these events to happen. So it would make sense for Shogun to be the only other person that's normally present, along with Takumi, during the events where everybody in the world would vanish because he's the one conjuring it. So if this is a similar phenomenon to those events from Chaos Head, then unless Mayuri is somehow conjuring it, why is she present in them? Unless it's a different type of supernatural or scientific phenomena altogether that just looks the same as the one from Chaos Head, but it's in actuality a different one altogether. And it's got different causes and different underlying mechanics to it that I just don't understand yet, which would explain Mayuri's appearance here right now if she's not in any way involved in its conjuring. She was right there, looking at me with questioning eyes.
今人が消えたよな。消えただろう。今目の前で。
Panic took hold as the enormity of what just happened struck me. Unable to control myself, I grabbed Mayuri by her slender shoulders and shook her. Careful, she's thin! She's delicate!
前よりも見たか。見たよな。
Mayuri's head flopped back and forth from my shaking. Careful! If her brain is small, it's just gonna flop around inside her cranium. You're gonna give her brain damage.
見てない。
I stopped shaking her and looked straight into her eyes. She returned my gaze with eyes clear as glass marbles.
見ていない。見ていないのか。だってついさっきまでここにはたくさんの人たちが歩いていたんだぞ。
歩いてたかな。
Wait a minute. What if time travel time travel mechanics might be at play here? And okay, I see. So this might... Okay, let me see if I can try to explain this in a way that hopefully will make sense. Based on my own recollection from other media that would delve with time travel mechanics. There is a common trope in time travel stories whenever any changes to a timeline occurs, is that people's memories, as the timelines themselves change, whenever time travel shenanigans occur, will end up being changed along with the timelines themselves to reflect and merge with the changes that are actually occurring. So, if the timeline has already been affected by the time we are seeing this event right here, then her memories of events leading up to this point here would end up changing along with the change in the timeline itself here. So, whatever timeline we're in right now, for some reason, there is no people anywhere on the streets outside the building where the press conference was being held, whether they be cars, pedestrians on the sidewalk, you name it. And to her, it's not strange to her because it was probably already like that before. From her perspective, she and Rentaro arrived at the press conference building. So she doesn't perceive it as unusual because the Mayuri that we're dealing with right now is a product of whatever timeline changes had probably already occurred without us realizing it at first. So why then, in that case, is Rentaro the only person who can perceive this change? Well, the reason for that is because he also has what would be commonly referred to in time travel stories as a ripple-proof memory, where for some reason or another, he is a character who can recall events from previous timelines without his own memory being affected by time travel changes that affects the timelines themselves. Now, why exactly that would be the case for Rentaro, I can't tell you yet. We are just starting this after all, but Anyway, the reason I'm bringing all this up here is because, well, we saw the time travel machine apparently either act up or appear spontaneously on the rooftop of the press conference building right before the press conference appeared, which I think it showed up there going by those weird little pink purple sparkles that we saw. And then there's a whole thing with Kurisu's murder, and then there's also that satellite suddenly showing up within the roof of the crashed into the roof of the building proper, without us having actually seen or heard any actual impact occurring. So, yeah, it was probably somewhere during that time frame, this time frame right here, when the machine appeared, leading all the way up to the appearance of the satellite appearing in the building, is probably when whatever happened to cause the timeline to change actually happened. And yet, again, Rentaro is the only one whose memory is unaffected by this. For some reason. So, in short, right now I'm currently running the idea that maybe Rentaro actually already is in a different timeline than the one we just started the game in. And he just doesn't realize it yet. And he has a ripple effect proof memory that keeps his memories of previous timelines intact, whereas Mayuri, the one that we were dealing with all the way up until these events occurred, has already changed into a different Mayuri to reflect the timeline that we're currently in, and she's thus technically a different person than the one we were dealing with up to this point. So we're already in another timeline right now. We're already caught in the midst of whatever mysterious event is already occurring. So sorry about the long rambling here, but I mean I'm really trying to think as to what exactly is going on here, based on what little information I have available so far.
それに店員まで消えている。こんなことはいくらなんでもありえない。
それは仕方ないと思うよ。
Her reply didn't make any sense.
とにかくね、最初からこの辺には誰もいなかったよ。あ、そっか。オカリンは幻を見てたんだね。
Okay, okay, so this basically confirms what I was hypothesizing just now. Okay. Fuck! I just hit force skip. Logbook. Okay, where is it? Backlog.
きっとこの暑さのせいだよ。トゥットゥルー。
How could she laugh at a time like this? I always thought she was a bit strange, but maybe her brain actually was broken. Get back there. I realized she couldn't help me. With nowhere else to turn, I looked up at the bright blue sky. There wasn't a cloud in sight. It's not what I'm seeing. The scorching summer sun shone bright through the gaps between Akiba's buildings. Naturally, my eyes drifted to the top floor of Radicon, where I had just been a moment before. There it was. An enormous machine, like some kind of satellite, embedded in the roof of the building where, not 5 minutes before, I had found Makise Kurisu's body in a pool of blood. And I'm assuming if where the satellite is right now is the approximate location of where Kurisu's body is, then she's effectively meat paste right now. What's left of her. I think you forgot one small thing. Okay, wait, there's a few other things I need to read here. But no, he's back to social life right now after that scene. Yeah. Again, he seems to be taking this remarkably well, all things considered. If something like this occurred to me only an hour ago, I'd still be freaked out. It was before I played Chaos Head. I dropped Steins Gate only to play it again when Chaos Head released. I think you forgot one small thing about what happened. The exact moment people disappeared. The exact moment. Wait. That was right after we walked out. They walked out of the building, right? because there were still police sirens and other people bustling about, occurring. But only a minute or two after we left the building, that's when the change. Oh wait, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. So that had to have been when the timeline change would have had to have occurred then, given what we're seeing and hearing now. But in that case, then, what exactly was the phenomenon relating to the time machine itself on the roof? If no changes to the timeline had occurred by that point, then what was that? Huh. Is there a way to remap the skip button to something not as close? Unfortunately, I don't think there is. I think this is something that's just hard-coded to the control button. Key, excuse me. Yeah, what ended up happening was my pinky finger ended up scraping the very corner of the control key as I was moving it back down to my desk, and it ended up skipping a couple lines. So I gotta be more mindful of where my hand is at all times, so I hopefully don't do that again. But yeah, I don't think there's any way to actually remap them, I think, but, well, let me take a look. Let me see if I can find a config settings thing here. Doesn't look like there is. Wait a minute. Wait. Okay, no, this just shows the controls for using a controller, okay. Yeah, I think this is hard-coded. Yeah, it's easier to not press it on controller. Well, unfortunately, I don't have my gamepad hooked in at the moment, so... Again, I just gotta be a little bit more careful with where I accidentally slide my hands. What happened to her? Just before everyone disappeared, I could have sworn I heard an ambulance siren. Yeah, exactly. Makise Kurisu might still have been in that dark, narrow passageway. Cold, bloody, and alone. And dead. The thought disturbed me, but the question at the forefront of my mind was...
そもそもあの人工衛星は一体何だ?
Right before Dr. Nakabachi's presentation, the building shook like a bomb had exploded. The roof door lock had been broken, and beyond it, someone had placed a satellite-like machine shrouded in smoke and glowing dust. When I first saw it, the satellite was on the rooftop. Wait, so this satellite and that machine that I saw on the roof are actually one and the same? I'm looking at the same machine right now? But that's not what I was seeing now. This satellite had penetrated the top floor of the building, obliterating the room where Dr. Nakabachi's press conference had been held. It must have fallen out of orbit without burning up in the atmosphere, somehow. And that raises some questions in of itself. How could it not have burned up in the atmosphere before reaching ground level like this? I knew it was crazy, but what other explanation could there be? The real question was, when did that happen? Well, apparently it happened shortly after we left the building, but we weren't actually present for the crash itself. At least so we think. But you did just say that right before the satellite-like machine appeared on the rooftop of the building, we heard an explosion-like sound occur before we went up to the roof. So what was that noise exactly?
Mayuri, あの人工衛星だが。
びっ くりしたね。
びっくりしただと。何がびっくりしたのだ。
ドカーンってすっごい音がしたもん。
A huge kaplow. It certainly did make a sound, but I don't think it was kaplow. I'd say it was more like zoom, so kind of like an electric hum.
あの人工衛星は落ちてきたのか。
来たのかな。宇宙人さん乗ってるのかな。
Had I lost my mind? What I had seen didn't match at all with what Mayuri was saying. Suddenly, nothing seemed real. Had I dreamt it all?
そこの君たち。
Oh, finally, another person. Just then, a uniformed policeman ran up to us, his expression stern.
ここで何をやっているんだ。ここらは今立ち入り禁止だ。すぐに出て行きなさい。
Interesting, I can't bring up my phone here.
ごめんなさい。
それより制服警官さん、仮にあなたを警官 A と名付けるが、一つ聞きたいことがあるんです。
警官 A って。
今ここで数千人の通行人が一瞬で消えたんです。あなたも見ましたよね。
見ていない。いいから早く出て行け。
Yeah, this guy too is basically confirming at least a good chunk of what I was speculating just now too. Again, I think we are definitely in another timeline right now. I was quickly losing my confidence in my own memories. I decided to tell him about Makise Kurisu and get him to call an ambulance. But before I could...
さっきから何をバカなことばかり言っているんだ。
The policeman took me by the upper arm and said, "No one got stabbed at Radikan. There was no protest being that was held at Bang Sing Se." Interesting. So, Kurisu's murder apparently according to this guy didn't happen either. Because it's a flashback, some actions with the phone could cause time paradoxes. Yeah. Yeah, oh, okay. I see. What? How could he say that with such certainty? While still trying to comprehend the situation, the policeman forcefully led us away. We were escorted up to UPX and released. UPX? In relation to UPS? UPX, a major office building in Akihabara. No. Nope. Although thinking about it now, why would I think it would? There were people at UPX, like usual. Just not at Radicon for whatever reason. Actually, there were far more people than usual. The place was packed. Just as Officer A had said, Chuodori had been blockaded by police, so nobody could enter. Okay, that would explain why there was nobody there, because the area was blockaded. There was nothing we could do, so we head back to the lab. And that brings us to the present. I'm baffled. Did the whole hour since the beginning of Nakabachi's presentation really happen? Oh, I'm sure. I believe it absolutely did. I check online for any news. The net is buzzing about the mysterious machine that crashed into Radicon. All the major stations in Tokyo, even To TV, are running special bulletins about it. To TV. A television network based in Tokyo. To TV airs more anime than any other commercial television network, making it a favorite among otaku. When a major news story breaks in Tokyo, most stations interrupt regular programming to deliver a special bulletin. To TV, however, is an exception, which has given rise to the phrase, if To TV cuts to a special bulletin, the apocalypse is nigh. Why do you have to be so dramatic about it? Find your chill pill, people. Fortunately, it doesn't look like anyone was hurt, but Churodori is still closed off. Akihabara Station is jammed with reporters and curious onlookers. Nobody has mentioned anything about the disappearance of thousands of people from Akiba's streets, nor about Makise Kurisu's murder. It's all a mystery. That it is, my friend, that it is. One misfortune of early games is that novel plot points become more common in later stories. Ain't that the truth? There were time travel stories before, but coming from Chaos Head, what's going on was meant to be a mystery. I'd also advise caution about nodding at what's happening in chat. If something is related to the main plot, the game will bring it up again. Understood. Mystery.
そうか。そういうことか。
From the sofa, I spring to my feet, a wide grin on my face. Daru and Mayuri turn to stare.
これもすべて機関の隠蔽工作ということだな。警察にすら圧力をかけられるということは、この国の中枢ももはや奴らの手の内にあるということ。なんということだ。
If you want my honest thoughts, but Rintaro, my friend, my chum, if there is any nefarious organization that could be involved at all in what's happening right now, I suspect it's the same exact one that we got a taste of in Chaos Head Noah, if anything at all. The Committee of 300, I believe it was called. But that being said, it's way too soon for me to start making that assumption with any confidence. For all I know, this could be the actions of a completely alternate group or person altogether that has no direct affiliation with them. So I should not entertain the idea that the Committee of 300 is involved with this in any way until I actually am presented with information that seems credible that they are.
だが、俺の目はごまかせんぞ。いつか必ず奴らの所業を暴き、その支配構造に終止符を打ってやる。
Konkel, welcome to the stream. El Sai Kangaroo. You know what? That's exactly what we need in this office. We need a kangaroo. Having come to a satisfactory conclusion, I take a celebratory bottle of Dr. P, my favorite soda, from the fridge. Ew, he drinks pee. The lab has no air conditioning. Ice-cold drinks are essential.
頭脳労働の後のドクターペッパーは相変わらず最高にうまいな。
Elixir intellectualists? Okay, so that's not a tip, alright. Wait.
コーラの方がよくね?
Okay, so text highlighted in blue. Is it? I would assume maybe. No. I am familiar with some games that will highlight certain text here in order to signify importance. Think your average Zelda game, for example, for an immediate example that comes to mind, but I'm not sure that this is quite what this is here. I'm probably overthinking it.
オカリンは本当にドクターペッパーさんが大好きだよね。
Yeah, he clearly said Dr. Pepper in Japanese, but the localizers, or the fan translators in this case, refer to it in text as Dr. P. Now, I'm someone who is more inclined to trust a fan translator over a localizer, so it's going to be in my headcanon that he drinks pee. But yeah, I know, I'm just joking.
この知的飲料の良さがわからないやつは人生の5分の1を損しているぞ。
Anyway, Tubby, did I hear you just speak blasphemy just now that cola is better than Dr. Pepper? Did I indeed read that right? Yeah, you did. Now I'm gonna feel less bad if something were to happen to you later on, just for uttering those words in my presence. How dare you? Time to update the Alpaca Man of Kangaroo Man. Yeah. In fact, the kangaroo should be like that. Why am I forgetting his name? It's a character from Tekken that's only appeared in like a handful of Tekken games. The kangaroo with boxing gloves. Because the first thing that popped up to my mind here with that was Alex, but no, that's the raptor that appears in Tag Tournament and Tekken 2. Oh, whatever, it's not important. But yeah, we need a kangaroo with boxing gloves. Step through the curtain dividing the center, and you'll enter the heart of the Future Gadget Laboratory, the development room. Just as the name implies, this is the room where we develop future gadgets. Needless to say, it is strictly off limits to outsiders. Yes, I know the setup is cheap. I would much rather have an airlock than a curtain. But our research budget is already scraping the bottom of the barrel. Besides, what's important isn't money, it's ambition. If the world could be financed purely on ambition, none of us would be poor, my friend. Just saying. I poke Daru and bid him follow me into the development room. This reminds me so freaking much of Takemi's little crate. But it's more spacey. And a lot more flat, too. Flat as in it's not 3D. All the windows here are weather stripped with packing tape, so it's dim. And hot, almost like a sauna. You need proper airflow in this place, man. You got electronics and computers and stuff like that. Humidity and heat is no good for it. I've been wanting to buy an air conditioner for the lab, but there's no money for that. We're currently accepting donations. Sounds to me like you just need to budget more smartly, if anything. Upon entering the development room, I pick up the lab coat that's lazily draped on the chair and put it on. I always wear a lab coat in the development room. For practical reasons as well as symbolic ones. Symbolic how? Daru, however, refuses to wear his. Putting it on and taking it off is apparently too much trouble for him. He can't be bothered to do anything that doesn't interest him. It's men like him who give our generation a bad name. His lab coat, purchased with my own pocket money I might add, just sits on the shelf. It's never been worn and probably never will be.
ダル、計画は順調に推移しているか?
Maybe he outgrew it and that's why he doesn't wear it.
計画って何ぞ?
Daru gives me a blank look. I sigh and turn his attention to the table in the middle of the room. Microwave oven! You all ready to learn about what a microwave oven is? cooking appliance which heats food by bombarding it with electromagnetic waves, or microwaves, originally called the Radarange. The microwave was invented when a radar technician accidentally discovered that electromagnetic waves could warm food. Afterward, research continued, and a consumer appliance version was launched in America in 1947. It emits electromagnetic waves at a frequency of 2.5 gigahertz. This is a special frequency known as ISM band, which is also used by wireless LAN devices. Consumer-grade output is around 500 to 1,000 watts, and commercial-grade output is around 1,500 to 2,000 watts. Don't you just love it when people accidentally discover things that leads to very innovative little inventions? The perfect little happy accidents.
計画は計画だ。8号機の調整以外に何があるというのか。
ああ、そのこと。いきなり計画とか言うから何事かと思った。
そろそろお前との付き合いも3年半ほどになる。
We went to high school together, and now we're going to the same university. We share an inseparable bond, like prison cellmates. He's only been a lab member for 2 months, though.
高2の時はクラス別でほとんど喋んなかったじゃん。だから実質2年半じゃね？
細かいことはどうでもいい。それほどの付き合いの長さなのだから、いい加減俺の会話についてこられるようになってくれ。
I don't think he's interested in your game of semantics, my friend.
それは無理。
Awkward silence. Epic Ducky Man, welcome to the stream. Oh wait. I thought you were a Konko for a second here because you were saying the exact same thing that they did. And Baka, also welcome to the stream. You made it to Steins Gate. Congrats. Yeah, and I'm enjoying it so far. Really getting my noggin jogging here, trying to figure out what's going on, and I think I've already got some kind of idea as to what happened after we left Radicon, but nothing concrete yet. I need proof to confirm beyond a shadow of a doubt what my current theory is. Namely, that being that I think we're already in a new timeline than the one we just started in right when we booted the game up. And that whatever crazy, whatever conspiracy seems to be at foot here, which I suspect there is probably already occurring. I also have nothing to go on whatsoever that could tell me whether or not the Committee of 300 is involved in any way. Probably way too early. Yeah, it's way too early to tell for sure. I'm just making wild guesses based on what little tiny information I have available right now, and just seeing if something sticks. Did you know Friday it's Kurisu's birthday? Next Friday. Oh no, I didn't know that. We're talking about the character that just got killed, right? The science lady? Man, all I wanted to do was have one of the cool cryptic conversations where we talk about plans and preparations and other important sounding stuff that no one would understand except us. I doubt even he would understand either. Are you kidding? Yes, okay, yeah. So, okay, that's cool. Shot down again. And how tragic is that? To watch her die a week before her birthday.
それで8号機の不調の原因究明は進んだか？
いや、まだ。
So far, the Future Gadget Laboratory has completed a total of 8 inventions, with another 100 in the works, right? As explained to Alpaca Man, the lab's primary goal is to develop weapons for the war against the Dark Dominion, led by the organization that rules from the world from the shadows. This homepage is telling me actually, correction. It is telling me something. Namely, how little traffic it's actually getting. Who wants to bet that all 328 visitors to this website are actually Rentaro himself? Just check it back to see how many visitors that the site is getting. And then expressing nothing but pure dejection and despair when he realizes that he's not getting any traffic. All right, get back up there. At present, we haven't completed any inventions of that sort. On the contrary, we haven't even figured out what we should make. I'll tell you what you should make. You should make sharks with laser beams attached to their heads. But along the way, we have managed to create some ingenious futurish gadgets as a byproduct of our research. Well, if it's not laser beam related, I'm not interested. It is a fundamental truth of science that great inventions are often created by accident. Yeah, like the microwave, like we were just talking about. In other words, serendipity. Serendipity! The ability to discover something valuable when looking for something else. The microwave oven was born through serendipity. Allow me to introduce our glorious future gadgets. Gadget number 1, the bit particle gun. Gadget number 2, bamboo helicam. I should probably get... Okay, they're gonna just drop tips on me. Okay, so bit particle gun. The very first future gadget is a toy ray gun with a TV remote jammed inside. Well, it's not laser, but I mean, hey, I guess a ray gun is close enough. The wielder can change channels by pointing it at the TV and pulling the trigger. They just call those remotes! However, the only support button is Channel Plus. No other buttons, such as the volume control, are usable. They invented a television remote control and they can't even do that properly. Holy shit! To turn the TV on, you must manually flip the switch on the TV. Its name is a reference to the classic Japanese robot anime, Mobile Jacket Gundam. Future gadget number 2, bamboo helicam. A CCD camera mounted to a bamboo toy helicopter. So it's kind of drone-ish. I mean, hey. I was asking about whether they made drones but before, so I mean, hey, this kind of fits. The camera is attached to the helicopter's fulcrum, allowing it to record aerial footage unpowered. However, the image rotates at a high speed, so you might get dizzy if you keep looking at it. They invented a drone and they can't even do that right. Its name is a reference to the sci-fi manga 22 Emon. Gadget number 3. Could this be Aura? Future gadget number 3. A lie detector based on thumb perspiration. Though it might be more appropriate to call it a sweat detector, you have to admit it's a pretty clever invention. They invented a lie detector, and they can't even do that right. Last I checked, lie detectors mostly check for things like heartbeats and other bodily functions. That any changes to bodily functions that occur whenever you press somebody on a given statement or a question or what have you, and then they monitor those readings in order to try to determine whether or not you're nervous or give any other kinds of tells that could be inferred that you might be trying to hide something. I don't think sweat, last I checked, is one of those things which a real-life lie detector checks for. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Its name is a reference to the classic manga Juju's Bizarre Adventures. I freaking knew it! I freaking knew it had to be a reference to JoJo's. I forgot how good voice acting is in this game. Yeah, I will say, the voice acting does sound pretty competent. Okay, like how Okabe's inner monologue raises character and someone wants to roll. Okay, I'm just reading the chat here. They should instead make weapons for the Black Knights to foil Gladiol's descent. Joke's on you, we already did that. I see 2 comments in chat there, including yours. Oh. You have comments vanishing? Okay, between Baka's comments. Because they're usually the most missed. Okay, I see you saying between Baka's comments and Epi Duckman's because they're usually the most missed. I wonder how my comments look to you. Well, you have this little thing on my little chat window that has a little #1 thing and a crown next to it. So, according to the chat, you're pretty much the #1 commenter in the chat right now, with Ominous being #2 and Epic Ducky Man being #3. So I don't think the chat's filtering anything. I don't have any kind of filter or anything in play. So, if comments are vanishing, then it's either YouTube themselves doing it through their site-wide filters, or I don't know. But it doesn't look like there's anything missing, from what I can see. I definitely don't have anyone moderating this chat, I can tell you that much. Okay, maybe it was just a coincidence they were missed. Well, I'm thinking that maybe I shouldn't read every single comment that I get here, because I know I've already been going a little bit back, doing quite a bit of back and forth with you guys, and I'm trying not to kill the pace with this too much, with the game I mean. So I mean, I am enjoying the back and forth and the banter here, but at the same time, I also don't want to make you guys feel a little bit impatient when it comes to me actually advancing this thing along, you know. And I could totally understand that. But yeah, I am reading what everybody's saying. I just think that I should probably not directly respond to everything here, so we can keep the pace at a somewhat steady level, you know. But yeah, I'm not ignoring anybody. I can promise you that. All right, back to this. Gadget number 4, Mode Snake. Is this a Metal Gear reference? Future gadget number 4, an instant super humidifier. Uses electric heating coils to quickly boil a large volume of water. This generates enough steam to fill a room of 12 square meters, though it can only be operated continuously for a few seconds. They invented a stovetop to put a pot of water to heat up on and create steam with, and they can't even do that right. It looks like a Claymore landmine, which is sure to appeal to military otaku. Its name is a reference to the stealth action game Metal Moa Solid Rising. Wait, we're talking about. No, wait. Are they talking about the actual Metal Gear Rising game? Wait, man. When was this made? When was Steins Gate made again, and when was Metal Gear Rising made? Let me look that up real fast. Okay, so Metal Gear Rising. Okay, so that came out in 2013, and Steins Gate came out. I'm not looking for the damn TV series, I'm looking for the game. No, that's probably just for the Steam release, 2016. 2009, okay, 2009. Then no, that reference doesn't make sense then, because Rising came out after Steins Gate did. Unless this was something that was put in there by the fan translators. Yes, Steins Gate usually takes place in future. The future! Chaos Head was 1 year in future. Steins Gate was 1 year. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out here what... I mean, they are referencing Metal Gear for sure here. I just wasn't sure if they were referencing Metal Gear Rising specifically or not, because I couldn't remember when both those games came out at first. And Metal Gear Rising came out in 2013, and Steins Gate, the original, came out in 2009. So I guess Metal MOA Solid Rising might actually be in reference to what Metal Gear Rising's original name was going to be, because originally that game was going to serve as an interquel between the events of Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 4 before they shifted gears during production and instead made it a sequel that took place after the events of Metal Gear Solid 4, and they changed its name from Metal Gear Solid Rising to Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. It's the only thing I can think of as to why this name is here, and they're actually referencing the original name for Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Now I kind of want to look up Metal Gear Solid Rising's information to figure out refresh my memory when that trailer and information for that version of the game was first coming out, but I'm not going to right now because it doesn't really matter all that much. Nanomachines, son. They react in response to physical trauma. You can't hurt me, Epic Ducky Man! Oh, whoops, what? Shit, I skipped one. Fuck. Gadget number 5. Once again, I've made a worthless object by Gomon. That sounds like all the ones you've made up until now, if anything. Future gadget number 6. A red chemical glow stick with a handle attached, allowing one to grip it like a sword. Made possible not just with future gadget laboratory hardware, but also with chemical knowledge. Its name is a reference to Spark Wars, a series of epic sci-fi Hollywood movies. Oh my god, Spark Wars. Yeah. Sua liked Spark Wars, didn't he? That was Sua's thing. Now, there's anybody I can think of who could definitely, who's definitely deserving to be on the receiving end of a nanomachine smackdown. It would definitely be him for sure. And that's all I'm gonna say on that. Seriously though. Seeing the good old senator lay to smackdown on Suna would be something I would actually pay money for. It wouldn't be much of a smackdown to speak of, because he'd probably die in just one hit. You know, not being a cyborg ninja and all that, but still, it'd be very fun and funny and cathartic, if nothing else, at least to me. Gadget number 6, the Silume Saber. A red chemical glow stick with a handle attached, allowing one to grip it like a sword. Made possible not just with future gadget laboratory hardware, but also with chemical knowledge. Oh wait, didn't I just read this one? Oh wait, I missed one! Once again, I made something worthless by Gomon. Short for once again, oh yeah, I just read it. Created by combining a dryer and a vacuum. The dryer is operated using the exhaust of the vacuum. Its name is a reference to popular anime Lupin the Third. Lupin the Third, eh? A vacuum and a dryer. What possible... wouldn't if you're trying to drain water from wet clothes and all that, then I mean, isn't that what the interior drain is for? Actually, wait, no, that's right. They don't have drains. I'm thinking washing machine. Oh, God damn it! These people are short-circuiting my brain right now. Gadget number 7, Ghost in the Ball. I think we all know what this is in reference to. A gadget created by arranging 12 6-inch CRT monitors in a sphere. Small CMOS cameras are installed in the gaps between the monitors, each of which are connected to the monitor on the opposite side of the sphere. This attempt at practical optical camouflage is the greatest masterpiece among the completed future gadgets, but its sheer size makes it difficult to store. Its name is a reference to the sci-fi manga Ghost in the Husk, which has an anime adaptation. You're forgetting about the movie adaptation, which the anime adaptation in itself is based on. They can all be seen on the website Daro Made, so feast your eyes upon the product of a mad scientist's genius. Hey, I see a Dr. Drink right here on the tabletop, and it's called Dr. People! Chat, you lied to me! He doesn't drink Dr. Pepper. He drinks people! Soylent Green is made out of people! Sorry, wrong story. Unless... Hey, you can consume both. You can eat Soylent Green and drink Dr. People. Get twice the people in your nutrients! So, either way, the voice lines say Dr. Pepper, the dialogue window says Dr. P, you people side with the voiceover saying it's Dr. Pepper, and the image I'm seeing on display here tells me it's Dr. People. Somebody's lying to me, and I'm gonna get to the bottom of this mystery well before I get to the bottom of who killed our mysterious and charming science lady, Kurisu. There we go. I'm remembering her name now. See what I tell you? I'm bad with names. Metal Gear Solid Rising was announced in June 2009. Steins was released in October. Okay, yeah, all right. So that confirms it then. Mistip. Okay, Spark Wars. Okay, I think I already got that one. Spark Wars sparks another controversy. Based. Okay, what did I say that was based? Was it about was about having Sua turned into nano paste via nanomachined infused super senator? Because if it's that, then yeah, I agree with you. Otherwise, I'm not sure what I said that's based here, but it probably is, whatever it is, and I agree with you. Anyway, our current problem is future gadget number 8, the phone wave. So, name subject to change. So what, is it a walkie-talkie or something? Because I hate to break it to you, they already invented those too. You just said based somewhere, that's all. I did? Huh. Interesting, I don't remember saying that. Well, whatever, doesn't matter. Whatever I said is probably based anyway, whatever it is, so I'm willing to take your word for it. Phone Wave is a pretty weak name, so I've added name subject to change to the end until we come up with something better. For the record, it was Mayuri's idea, not mine. Based on... Oh, wait, is that what you mean? Are you tricking me? How dare you? I should send an army of locusts after you for doing that. When a future gadget is completed, the three of us discuss what to name it. I prefer names based on mythology, or names with hidden meanings that need extra explanation to understand. He's just like me when it comes to naming shit. Daru thinks my naming style is too ridiculous. Yeah, well, fuck you too, Daru. I may be ridiculous, but at least I try to be creative. What about you, Tubby? I don't see you being creative. He just doesn't have a passion for words like I do. Mayuri can't be bothered to remember difficult names. She says they don't fit in her head. To tell you the truth, my friend, I'm not sure there's a whole lot of things that fit in her head, actually. I say that with love, by the way. And so, our opinions on gadget names are always split. But I digress. The phone wave, name subject to change, is, in short, a remote-controlled microwave. Why would you... Okay, so... Unless you're trying to weaponize the electromagnetic waves that a microwave emits when it's turned on, unless you're doing something like that, the whole purpose of a microwave is for you to get in front of the damn thing, put some food in there, and heat it up. So, what exactly is the purpose of taking a commercial microwave, going up to it, putting food inside the damn thing, and then moving away from it and using a freaking remote, which probably half its buttons don't work anyway, going by that one other little remote dimension that you mentioned having invented, and just using that to operate the thing, when you could just instead, while you're already standing in front of the microwave, just operate the knobs and the buttons, change whatever settings that you want to, and then just hit start! You're overcomplicating a simple process! You're not a mad scientist! You're a moron! Oop. Whoops. What if I'm returning home and I want some hot food when I return? Well, I mean... Wouldn't a timer be more well, no, because then you'd have to account for things like traffic and all that here. Like, you say you're going out here and you need to take care of an errand and all that. What if you get stuck in traffic and it ends up taking you longer to actually get home? So a timer wouldn't work because you can end up being late, and then the thing cooks your food, and then by the time you actually do get home, it might end up being cold again, and then if you try heating up once more, it might end up spoiling something. So, I mean, yeah. You're right. You're right. I think you got a point there. You'll need to put the food into the microwave first. Well, yeah, that's true. But in that case, why bother putting it in the microwave to begin with then? In that case, and then only to just return however much longer later, just to use a remote to start cooking it then. Why not just keep it either in a cabinet or in a fridge or whatever kind of food it is, and then just take it out and then put it in the microwave and then just use it as you would a normal microwave then when you're ready to actually cook something. I can't believe I'm even having this conversation with you guys. Look at you. You're making me lose brain cells. I hope you're happy. So it's basically a piece of junk. Yeah! I believe it! A few days ago, however, we discovered that the phone wave, named subject to change, has a second unintended capability. Our brave, or possibly just ditzy, Mayuri had made it her daily routine to heat some frozen fried chicken by remote control. Long story short, she was defrosting her beloved juicy chicken #1, as usual, when the unexpected happened. The chicken came out more frozen than when she'd put it in. What? The microwave refroze the chicken. So you didn't actually invent a microwave, but you invented a remote-controlled mini fridge or freezer? Since then, Daru and I have been searching for the cause.
マユシがやった状況を再現して何度も実験したけど、冷凍できたりできなかったりだし。
Interesting. Alright, I admit it, you got me legitimately curious and stumped all at once. I skipped Okabe's dialogue. Wait, I did? Let me go back. Okabe, 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 Okabe. You mean this one right here? You put food into the microwave before you leave, then on your way back, call the attached cell phone to start the heating process. Voila, hot food ready for your arrival. Is this one right here? Because sometimes it takes 8 minutes, so you save time. Oh, you mean for the remote microwave? I assume it was about the time the smart home appliances became more trending. Nowadays, you have fridges you can connect to online to tell your calorie intake and where to shop. And those things are just so goddamn stupid to me. Like, why do I want to have a home appliance like a freaking fridge of all things, tracking all my grocery purchases, what I eat, and then just selling that information to the manufacturer, so they in turn can sell it to data collectors, and they in turn can sell it to a bunch of advertisers, and then start spamming me via YouTube ads or whatever, a bunch of random food shit that I don't need. I already get enough of that. I already deal with enough of that crap with everything else I do. Why do I need to give people even more of my information? Just for my home appliances, like my fridge, or my oven, or my microwave, or my fucking grill. Why do people even need these things to be smart devices? We were able to work with them just fine as is without smart technology for the better part of a fucking century, if not more, depending on the device in question. Why do we have to make everything smart? Okay, I'm sorry. That's just this topic just sends me into a frustrated rage every time it comes up here, because it's just I'm remembering stories I've come across recently of people dealing with cars that are incorporating smart functions into them, where you have a couple of car manufacturers. I forget which ones it was exactly. I want to say it's Ford, or maybe it's Subaru, or one of those companies. But they're trying to basically turn basic features of cars, like being able to go at certain speeds, seat warmers, and other things of that nature, into a subscription-based model where you have to pay a monthly fee in order to fully unlock the full functionality of your vehicle, like you would a pre-smart vehicle. And it's just the stupidest fucking thing that it's still one of the stupidest fucking things I've ever come across in my entire lifetime, and I pray to God that does not become common, and that the consumer market does not reward that shit en masse, because if every car turns like that, I would sooner go back to riding around in a freaking horse carriage than I would driving a fucking car. I'm sorry, but I'm not dealing with that kind of bullshit. I'm already getting nickeled and dimed through a whole bunch of other crap with monthly payments and other things like that. It's all I can do right now to afford half the shit I'm already subscribed to, on top of paying rent, groceries, other things of that nature. Stop trying to punish money. Fucking hell, I hate these. I hate this modern society that we're in. Just stop trying to bleed my wallet. Fucking hell. I miss my childhood. Everything was so much more simpler. Life was so much more happy and easy to understand when all the technology was stupid. fuck everyone that supports the smartization of every little appliance in existence, including our cars. You're what's wrong with the world right now, and I hope you all die and you end up landing yourselves into the ninth circle of hell where traitors go to, because you are betraying humanity as a whole for supporting the complete homogenization of smart appliances in every corner of our lives. You are automating us out of it. You are automating everything into inconvenience. Okay, I think I got that out of my system now. Okay, the real conspiracy, LG and Samsung, no need to look for the organization. Exactly. Samsung and LG are the real bad guys in the science adventure universe. The Committee of 300 is just a freaking facade, a scapegoat that they created. We should be looking at the CEO of Samsung as the one that helped cause all the crazy shit that happened in Chaos Head. I mean, tell me with a straight face here that you can look at any random D sword from Chaos Head Noah and not think to yourselves that Samsung couldn't invent something like that and make it some kind of smart appliance out of it, or if not a smart appliance, it's some kind of a little device that they would make here and sell it at a commercial on a commercial basis. Now everything wants to be Tesla. Well, we're not there yet. Understandable crash out. At least one person understands my pain. Thank you. I'm glad I'm not alone here in that. I just say this rant has certainly enriched the stream. I'm glad it did. Because again, this is something that legitimately pisses me off when I get started on it here, and when I think about it more, and I think about the sheer scope of the thing, of the whole homogenization of smart technology on display for every appliance that you can think of. It's happening in real time, slowly, not so slowly, but surely, and it scares me and enrages me in equal measure. Again, I already have enough trouble as it is balancing my checkbook with everything I already pay for on a monthly basis as is here. The last thing I need is to freaking pay a monthly subscription just to make sure my car can go 80 miles per hour, okay? Or to have my ass warm in the middle of winter when it's negative 10 degrees outside. I shouldn't have to pay a monthly fee just to keep my butt warm in winter, okay? We gotta put a limit on the subscription services somewhere! Alright, let's continue.
バナナを冷凍してみようとしたらさらにへんてこなことになったし、さっぱりわかんねえ。
Daru, now looking completely fed up with the heat, starts fanning himself with his shirt. You have a lab coat sitting on a counter, don't you? Why don't you just use that? I know what he means by really weird. What, did it turn into a dildo or something? Let's see if we can't make it happen again.
Mairi! Mairi! ここにバナナを持て!
またゲルバナ作るの?
Okay, I guess it's not a dildo, it didn't turn into a dildo, it just turned into gel.
前から気になってたけどさ、マユシ。ゲルバナって略さないでくんない?
Wait a minute. Bananas do essentially liquidate when exposed to the elements for long enough. So I would imagine heating them up here would actually gellify them, wouldn't it? So what's so strange about them turning into freaking gel when you microwave them? I mean, don't they kind of already do that when exposed to the heat over time?
だってね、ゲルバナはゲルバナだもん。
Oops. There's an achievement to get here? Oh. I wonder what. Instead of subscribing to these smart devices, we should subscribe to you. I'll tell you one thing, subscribing to me won't cost you a penny. I can promise you that. I'm free. I take the bananas from Mayuri and stick the whole bunch into the phone wave. Name subject to change. They're not called a bunch, they're called a hand. You use your proper terminology, you freaking nerd. It's not called a bunch of bananas, it's called a hand. You too! It's called a hand! Stop calling them a bunch!
ケチケチしていては機関との戦いに勝利することなどできんぞ。
勝たなくてもいいよ。あのね、バナナはマユシーが買ってきてるんだからね。おかげでマユシーはちっともバナナが食べられません。
From what it was explained to me, Lightamura and Epic Ducky Man, apparently, as ridiculous as this sounds, apparently I made this mistake too a number of years ago. I mean, for most of my life, I've referred to like a little tiny cluster of bananas as like a bunch of bananas as well here, but it was explained to me by somebody, I don't remember who, a while ago, that a little tiny cluster of bananas where it's like usually like 4 or 5, 6 or 7 or whatever have you. Like how you would typically see them when they're clustered together in the retail into a retail grocery store when they're not being sold as singles is apparently referred to as a hand rather than a bunch. Don't ask me why they use that name here, but actually, you know what? Why don't I just confirm it? Why don't I just confirm this beyond a shadow of a doubt here, what they're actually called? Do you refer to a cluster of bananas as a hand or a bunch? Whoops. Banana cluster term. A cluster of bananas is commonly referred to as a hand. Each individual banana in the cluster is called a finger. However, the term bunch is also used to describe a group of bananas, particularly when referring to the larger collection of hands on a banana plant. While hand is the more technical term, bunch is often used as in everyday language. For example, a bunch of bananas can consist of several hands, each containing multiple bananas. So, let me see if I can get a... So, yeah, there you go. So, I wasn't crazy. It's apparently actual proper terminology. So, let me look up banana. Will you stop mistyping? Banana plant. Okay, can I pull this in... Can I open this in a separate image? Like, yeah, you see this little thing right here, where you got a whole bunch of bananas clustered together as part of a huge stem here. This is what they refer to as hands when talking about proper terminology for banana. You see one hand here, one hand here, one hand here, etc., 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 etc. And yeah, I mean, for the longest time here, I like pretty much everybody else I knew, all the way up until I was like, what, middle school or high school or something like that. I always referred to them as a bunch of bananas. But again, I don't remember who it was who actually corrected me on this, but I ended up learning that the hands of a banana are called a hand when there's just like 5, 6, or only 7 little fingers in them. And I didn't believe them at first, so... But, yeah, I eventually learned that was actually the proper terminology, and then I just always started referring to hands as hands ever since in my mind, and never really bothered looking too much deeper into it at that point. Can you stop mistyping? He says to his hand. Okay, that's actually good. My banana hand keeps mistyping. It won't do what my brain commands it to. It keeps mistyping. Maybe the problem is because I got banana fingers. They're too big. And they're accidentally hitting a bunch of extra keys beyond the ones I wanted to actually touch. It's a formal name, but nobody uses it. Yeah, that is what we just read. Yeah, proper terminology. So yeah, it sounds ridiculous to refer to them as hands here, but apparently that's what the actual proper terminology is for them. So, I mean, I'm not the one who made the rules, I'm just playing the game. I'm playing the meta, you know? So, I just roll with it. That's fine with me. Miyushi, okay, this is something that Miori said, okay. Alright, let's get back to this. You mean one finger. I already put the whole bunch in, so I ignore her hungry complaints. KFC! Eat your fingers off. I wonder how many of you how many of you are familiar with that particular reference. I'm sorry. I know I'm going off on a lot of tangents here, and the pacing on this here is just probably broken all over the place here. But this is actually based on a true story. Apparently, I think this happened in China. There was a KFC little shop here, someplace here, and they had a bit of a translation error with their common little slogan at the time. And it ended up, well, let me just show you. Okay, it's from, I got this thing from Mashed. The hilarious translation mistake KFC China made with its slogan. This occurred in 2022. If you've ever used online translation services, you know that they aren't totally accurate. In some cases, the results can be confusing. In the best case scenarios, an error gives us a good laugh. Language Connections shares a series of amusing mishaps with translation services. One sign in China was meant to keep visitors off the grass, but the English translation referred to the grass dreaming. A door sign at a Russian hotel said, "Please do not worry," instead of "Please do not disturb." Another interesting and sometimes perplexing variation on translation mistakes involves idioms, as well and well-known slogans. For example, one popular German saying translated to English is, "I only understand train station." But the original phrase is intended to mean something similar to, "It's all Greek to me." When these phrases get translated literally, meaning is frequently lost or dramatically altered. In the case of restaurants using their slogans for overseas business, the same marketing plan doesn't always work everywhere. Wait, what is KFC China serving? We all know and love KFC for its crispy fried chicken, mashed potatoes and gravy, and fluffy biscuits. You hear the phrase, "It's finger-licking good," and you immediately think of the food chain, and for a good reason. Before it pressed pause in 2020 on using the famous slogan in ad campaigns that had been in use for an impressive 64 years, according to the chain. However, this isn't the... okay, so... Well, why is it not showing me the story? Fingers off. I know I saw this in a YouTube video a while back here. It was an actual thing that happened. I saw the picture for it and everything. Here it is right here. It's right here. You see it? KFC, eat your fingers off. We got Chinese letters right next to it and everything. It's real. I'm not making this shit up. And of course Reddit's got me blocked, probably because I'm using a VPN. But, I mean, you guys can look into it right here. I mean, you can find it on Reddit. You can just Google it here. Just take my word for it. It's real. I promise. Would I lie to you? But they're called fingers. But they're called fingers if they're in the hand. It'll always be a bunch in my heart. I singular banana is just a banana, no? Well, yeah, it could be. Or if you want to get more technical about it, you could just refer to it as a finger. But yeah, anyway, I bring this up here because I wanted to make a little joke that we're just going to microwave our eat our fingers off, or rather microwave our fingers in the little remote controlled microwave here. I was actually trying to set myself up for that joke, but needless to say, I think I completely botched the landing. Something fierce, but I mean, if nothing else here, then surely the fact that an actual instance where a Chinese KFC here actually had a little slogan that said "Eat your fingers off" must have given you guys some kind of laugh, right? Right? Then surely that was worth this tangent, if nothing else. At least I hope so. Otherwise, yeah, I'm just sorry for wasting everybody's time again. But I mean, seriously, come on. That shit's funny. It's a micro... wait, did I just forget to read text again? Hold on. The phone wave, name subject to change, is simple to use. It's a microwave with a phone taped on. The number is already in my address book. I just need to call the phone wave. Oh, I see. This is going to be something that's going to be used later on in the story as a potential little plot device, right? I gotta use it for something, for a specific event or sequence of events or something, in order to alter the timeline and save the universe. The number is already in my address book. I just need to call the phone wave. Now, where did I put my phone? Ding ding! Oh, yeah! We did see phone wave in the address book. Why didn't I think anything of it at the time? Huh. Let's call it. I'm connected.
RENG こちらは電話レンジかっこ仮です。
It even talks. Wow. This is the voice of Mayoshi Guidance. The system Daru programmed to operate the phone wave.
マユシーの声聞こえてきた？
少し黙れ。マユシーガイダンスが聞こえなくなる。
I see. So this essentially acts as the tutorial to properly introduce the phone mechanic.
こちらからタイマー操作ができます。シャープボタンを押した後、温めたい秒数をプッシュしてください。
Can I actually input the time that I want?
例えば1分ならシャープ60。
Okay, so it counts in seconds. I see.
2分ならシャープ120です。
Yeah, I have a feeling this is definitely going to be important information for later, somehow. Entering the command properly will cause the phone wave, named subject to change, to function like a normal microwave. Instead, we're going to deliberately mess up and enter 120 pound. Oop. Crap, oh, wait. Needs to ignore the guidance center of 120 pound. Okay, let me try that. Oh, okay, I controlled my keyboard. Okay, gotcha. There we go. That should do it. This method was originally a simple mistake on Mayuri's part, but somehow... Oh, way. I should probably put it in properly and then cause some kind of mishap to happen. This method was originally a simple mistake on Mayuri's part, but somehow starts the freezing process. The phone wave, subject name to change, comes to life. Oh wait, I think I see what I see. In order to make the thing function like a normal microwave, you put the pound in first, followed by the time in seconds count that you want to put in order that you want to have the thing operating for in order to actually heat up whatever it is that you want to heat up. However, instead, if you want to do the exact opposite of heating up, you put the number of seconds that you want in first, followed by the pound key. So whether it heats or cools something depends on the placement of the pound key in relation to the number of seconds. Interesting. I'm surprised you didn't mention it during the finger case in Chaos Head. Oh, you mean the KFC thing? Well, it never really... well, to tell you the truth, I do think I vaguely recall having an intrusive thought about that at one point, but I was too horrified by what was happening during that event here to really make that joke. I'm pretty sure I actually did remember. I did think about it. Here, speaking English is speaking human/common people language. A little gotta say, that's one cool phone. Yeah, definitely is for sure. Wouldn't this device involve a lot of mobile call costs? Well, given the time frame which this story takes place, I would imagine so. Okay, there's an achievement for writing the wrong number 10 times and a little dialogue if you write the number as you would normally. Well, okay, then how about this? Why don't I reload my save and then we force skip back to this spot, and then see if I can get that little achievement. So let's get over here real fast.
Okay.
バナナを冷凍してみようとしたらさっぱりわかんねえ。
Alright, here we are. Let me just save my game here real quick and then we'll try this out. Alright, here we are. Here we are. Alright. Address book, phone wave, call. There we are. Alright, let's do what you suggested, Liz 25. Okay, 111, 12. 1113. 69, 69. 4569. 9669. 5879. There we go. Made 10 mistakes while attempting to set phone wave. Home run less clumsiness. Alright. We got the achievement, so thank you very much, Liz25, for the achievement. Alright, now let's get back to this proper, shall we? So, 120 for just a small dialogue. It would stop you writing the right number anyway. Just a small dialogue. Okay. I see. Interesting that these guys made us essentially a DT FM IVR menu, all answering robot. I believe even designated software today requires some assistance from phone service provider. Yeah, looks like they actually can invent some pretty interesting stuff, even among all the other crap that they showed us so far. I guess there is some hope for our wannabe usurper king mad scientists after all. Okay, that should do it. This method was originally a simple mistake on Mayuri's part, but it somehow starts the freezing process. The phone wave, named subject to change, comes to life. The turntable begins to rotate.
綺麗なターンテーブルだろう。普段と違って逆回転してるんだぜそれ。
何？逆回転？
I never noticed that.
そこに重大な意味があるかもしれない。漁師の振る舞いにも影響してくる問題であり、奮闘の規則を導入して。
Wait, I just had a thought. Serendipity is the process of discovering something while trying to look for something else. In the most simplest terms, the microwave was an invention that was born from such a process. Here we have an example of probably another example of serendipity in action right here with this freezing process. I wonder if they're going to figure out how to reverse engineer time traveling through serendipity while trying to mess around with something else here in their own lab. So what's Hund's rule? Hund's rule. The rule governing the placement of an atom's electrons. The rule states that orbitals of the same energy are each filled with one electron to the same spin before any are filled with a second, also known as Hund's rule of maximum multiplicity. Sounds like something that's a bit above my mental pay grade when it comes to easily understanding it.
あるわ、ねえよ。
ないか。
Not Hund's rule? Oh, never mind. That's
ないね。
そうか。
The three of us wait and stare at the spinning bananas. After 120 seconds pass, the microwave chimes. Mayuri takes the bananas out.
ゲルバナの出来上がり。
My poor fingers. They're frostbitten. I can't feel them anymore. Because if you wrote 120, pound 120, then there's a small steam microwave running normally and warming up the bananas instead. Holy shit! I'm just now looking at the bananas, and holy fuck, those look radioactive, if anything. The bananas have become not bananas. Gelatinous blobs coated with a thin membrane. They look gelatinous for sure, but I mean, I wouldn't call them blobs. After Mayuri discovered that the phone wave, named subject to change, had a freezing function, we attempted to freeze a bunch of bananas. This is what happened. It just gets more confusing each time.
ダルよ。このバナナ、食べてみようとは思わないか思うはずだ。我らの理念達成の犠牲となり散ったダルに敬礼。
Remembered by who? The pet gerbil?
すげえまずそうじゃん。
Hey Mayuri, will you eat one of them?
味は関係ない。食べることに意味があるのだ。さあダルよ、遠慮することはない。骨は拾ってやるから思い切ってズズイと行くがいい。
いらね。
ではマユリ、お前にその名誉を譲ろう。
なんかね、ゲルバナは中身がデロデロでブニュブニュだったよ。
Yeah, like a flaccid penis. Wait, she already tried one?
味もしないし、全然美味しくなかった。
デロデロでブニュブニュか。ダリオ、どう思う？
Okay, we're starting to regret making that comparison because what they're saying right now is just oh god.
ブニュブニュバナナか。ブニュブニュのバナナ。マユシ、あなたのバナナブニュブニュだねって言ってみて。
Oh, fuck me! They're thinking the same thing! Oh my god, they're thinking the same thing I am, I think.
ダルくん、鼻血出てる。
いいから言ってみてください。お願いします。
あなたのバナナ、ブニュブ。
Oh dear God. These guys really do think like me with this, like when it comes to this stuff. I don't know where I should feel. I don't know how to feel about that. I feel like it's, if anything, it's probably a damning indictment of somebody. Probably not me. Why would anybody damn me over anything? I'm a pure, sweet, innocent angel. Man, I think you're literally the only person I saw who was on the same wavelength with them in this thing. Yeah, okay. No, due seriousness, though, what does that say about me, I wonder? Truly. Daru retreats after I hit him with a tissue box. Mayuri looks at us with an innocent smile. She doesn't get it, obviously. Yeah, don't tell her. Her innocence is a treasure. You must preserve it at all costs. Anyway.
ゲル状になったということは反固形。すなわち、分子同士の結びつきが弱くなっている可能性がある。
What could have partially liquefied the bananas?
そうか、わかったぞ。
I turn to the whiteboard and write freezing in the middle. Then I cross it out and slap the board with my hand. Your banana hand?
冷凍機能だと思い込んでいたが、実は違ったのだよ。
A bold statement, if I do say so myself. So why isn't anyone surprised?
さあ、お前たち。なんだってと叫ぶがいい。ここは叫ぶところだ。
What you say? As in, all your base belongs to us? What was the name of that game again? With that wonky translation? The one where the all your base belongs to us meme came from? Why? Okay, I'm just gonna look it up here. Now that I'm thinking about it. All your base belongs to us. I'm not interested in the images. I want a name. Zero Wing. Okay, Zero Wing. I thought it was Pilot Wing for a second, but no, that's for another game, Super Nintendo game, if I remember right. All right, just wanted to make sure that just wanted to refresh my memory on that real quick. But yeah, if they were making a Zero Wing reference here, that's kind of cute. The reactions are pathetically weak. Mayuri probably didn't even understand half of what I said.
冷凍機能じゃないのは分かってるっつうの。
Oh.
問題は、じゃあこの機能って何ぞ？何が起きてんの？ってことじゃん。
冷凍の逆なら解凍じゃないのかな。
実に愚鈍な意見だな、マユリ。それでは普通の電子レンジと同じではないか。
じゃあどういうこと？
それがわかんないから悩んでるんだお。
He's right. To be honest, I haven't a clue. Daibiru, what's that? In any case, there's nothing we can do about it now. It's time for Dairo and I to head to Daibiru. Location, obviously, of some kind. Let's see what we got here. Fictional, a skyscraper with offices and a commerce center that opened up alongside UPX in 2003. Is connected to UPX by an overpass. There's going to be a seminar at ATF, and we have to be there. It's part of our studies at Tokyo Denki University, ATF. Short for Akihabara Techno Forum, a meeting hall located inside Daibiru. Several universities and research institutions hold special seminars here. Summer credits, basically. We have to attend a seminar and write a report. Come to think of it, what's today's seminar about again? I looked it up before the summer holiday began. I should have written it down. Damn right you should have.
ご覧ください。秋葉原駅前のビルに謎の巨大物体が墜落しています。現在、警察による規制が敷かれ、ビルの前まで行くことはできませんが、遠くから見る限りでは墜落した物体は人工衛星のように見えます。
As we cross the overpass that connects UPX and Daibiru, I look down to see a huge crowd of people moving through the plaza. There are even some garishly dressed young men and women, the sort you don't usually see around Akiba. Everyone is walking toward the main street, which is still cordoned off.
ダルはラジカンに見物に行かないのか？
どうせ行っても見られないっしょ。もちろんネットに上がってくる情報にはほぼ目を通してるんだ。
Hey, I got mail.
アットちゃんのスレ数100超えたし、勢いすげえ。
You know what else is huge, man? Take a look in the mirror. Oh, I got some from Mayuri. You know, I'm really sad about dropping my Upa. It's worse than last year when I missed buying Fatty Gero Froggy. It's for the best that you did not buy the Gero Froggy, okay? Truly it is. You have no idea what you ended up missing there. Truly. So, okay, so I can reply to some of these things. So, can I reply to both of them or only one at a time? If it's only one at a time, I want to reply to the Gero Froggy bit. That's the one from last year, right? I thought you weren't interested. Okay, so I get a chance to preview. Resonant reaction, reply to an email. You know, I'm really sad about dropping my Upa. Okay, wait. Alright. Well, there we go. Reply to my first email right there. Let's see what happens. Oh, so that's why he was staring at his phone earlier. We enter Daibiru and take the elevator to the 5th floor ATF Assembly Hall.
あー、涼しい。生き返るぜ。あばばばばばばばばばばば。
Unlike the lab, Daibiru has air conditioning. Yet another reason for our diligent participation in the seminar. You could always just open a window, you know. Yeah, it's not gonna feel as nice as AC, but it's better than nothing. I'll tell you one thing, your electronics certainly will have a much longer lifespan as long as you keep your rooms dry and cool.
電話レンジかっこ
You'd think that'd be a must, being adventures and all.
導き出したかもしれん。
そのカッコ借りってめんどいからいい加減やめるべき。
I won't give in that easily. Even if no other members use name subject to change, I will carry on until the day we decide its true name. Yeah, this guy's got something wonky upstairs in his neural wiring. For
そんなことは
sure.
今はどうでもいい。
お得意のとんでも理論でもひらめいちゃったん？
何を言うか。俺はいつもこの世の神羅万象すら超越したあらゆる可能性について思考を巡らせているのだ。とんでもとか言うな。
You say that you consider lesser things that lesser minds. Yeah, you consider every possibilities that that quote unquote lesser minds would say break the laws of nature. Meanwhile, I look at myself and I think to myself, I consider possibilities that other minds would think is goddamn stupid. Because my brain just likes to go to really stupid places when at times.
神羅万象を超越ってつまり何でもありってことじゃね？理論ってレベルじゃねえぞ。
I don't know. I think there's a lot of scientists that in our day-to-day real lives here that make quite the monthly annual paycheck doing just that.
だるよ。
There's a term for it, you know. It's called
ス
pseudoscience.
タインズゲートを開く鍵だという気がするのだが、どう思う？
そ
You
の
said
シュタ
it.
インなん
You
とか
said
って
the
ところ
thing.
からして意味不明なわけだが。
And we are at floor number 5. I think it's the hardest system in any science adventure game. Oh, you mean the phone system? I don't know if there's even a list of all the replies on the internet because 100% is really time consuming. Then I probably won't go with the completionist route then when it comes to the replies, because even with streaming, we'd probably be here forever. So I'll just go with the ones that seem like they'll be the most interesting things to reply to, if nothing else. So just to save time. Unless there's any noteworthy ones that you guys want me to give some attention to along the way, in which case I'll make a note of it and at least try them out, if nothing else. But yeah, I mean, I have a feeling that if it wasn't for all the unrelated tangents I've been going on throughout this whole stream so far, we'd probably be a good ways further along in this thing by now. But I mean, hey, I personally don't mind too much because I'm having fun with all the banter, and hopefully you guys are too. Otherwise, well, I am sorry. Truly, I am sorry. Forgive me, for I have sinned against thee, chat. By the way, name subject to change was a reference, if I remember correctly, to Chaos Head original name. It is? Interesting. In that case, they really like referencing that name quite a bit, don't they? The elevator doors open slowly. As we step out of the elevator, I bump into someone. I quickly grab the person's shoulder to keep them from falling.
すいません。
I'm sorry, what? Kurisu? But wait. Didn't she? But she died, didn't she? Wait. The strange phenomenon where where the world around us changed, where everybody in the adjacent street from that building we were in, where the other press conference was held, that change occurred after we left the building. So this was after we discovered Kurisu's body. So the timeline changed. Okay, so I guess maybe we've entered a timeline where she didn't get killed then. Alright. That would explain then why she's alive in front of us here now. Still doesn't explain how that satellite wound up in that building, though, instead. The plot thickens. It's a girl. Very observant, this guy. Yes, it is indeed a girl. I do believe she does have chest memories. and I recognize her. Impossible. Chills run down my spine. I stare at her face in disbelief. I saw this girl just 3 hours ago. Makise Kurisu!
何か
Lady, I wouldn't even know where to start. Kurisu frowns and tries to block away. But I don't let go of her shoulder. My grip tightens. Careful, man. I know you're shocked and all, but I mean, you gotta still maintain at least some degree of social decorum here, because if you're not careful, you could end up making people think that you're trying to commit assault or something.
Kiss-sama.
I know, easier said than done given the present circumstances and all. I'd be shocked as hell too, but still. You gotta maintain some presence of mind as to your current surroundings and situation. You have to try.
死んだはずだ。なぜここに。しかも。
There isn't a single blood stain on her clothes, and they're the same ones she was wearing when I found her. Only a serious wound could have produced that much blood. Yet as far as I can tell, she's completely uninjured.
Makise.
痛い。離して。
Kurisu pushes me away. Then she shoots me a wary glare. I realize that I'm gaping in disbelief.
何なの？
無事だったのか？怪我は平気なのか？いや、そんなはずはない。マキセ・クリスは何者かに刺されて血まみれで。
またその話かよ。
Daru interrupts. Wait. There's something strange about what he just said. What, that again? As in, like, he already heard you tell this story before? Is that what you mean?
またその話とはどういう意味だ？
だって1週間前にも僕にそんなメール送ってきたじゃん。
A week ago? But wait. That what just happened only occurred a few hours ago, right?
メール？俺が？何よバカな。マキセ・クリスが殺されているのを見たのはほんの3時間前だぞ。
Wait a minute. I'm gonna save my game real fast here. I want to check something. This displays this right here in the upper left corner shows me the date, and it's from my phone. If this occurred a week, if this event that we supposedly experienced only a few hours ago actually occurred a week ago, then the events leading up to the change in timeline would show 7/21, wouldn't they? So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to reload the game, and I want to check the date during that beginning segment here, just to confirm what the actual date says. All right. I don't need to reload. Still waiting for a reply for your... What? Wait, offer? What offer? By the way, you can check sent emails. Okay. Okay, looks like I missed some stuff. Hold on. There isn't much for 100% supply. There isn't achievements for 100% reply, so I can make custom-made guide for you to get all achievements. I did for another YouTuber already. Oh, yeah, if you... Well, if you want to, that's entirely up to you. I mean, I don't know how much work that would take on your end, and I don't want to inconvenience you too much if it would end up being a lot. So, yeah, it's up to you. But if it's too much work here, then you really don't have to. I don't want to inconvenience you. If it ends up, yeah, I'm just repeating myself at this point. So yeah, just use your own discretion, I suppose. But know that you won't hurt my feelings if you decide not to. All right, let me check. Let me check this now. Let me check. Okay, we're not. Okay, so it's not showing the. Oh wait, yeah, he turned his phone on after we left the building, didn't he? Oh, well, oh no, never mind, no. Well, there we go. Okay, so it still shows 7:28. So it is indeed the same day. Still the same day. All right.
何をバカな。マキセ・クリスが殺されているのを見たのはほんの3時間前だぞ。
ちょっと勝手に殺さないでくれますか。私ピンピンしてますんで。
そういえばあのメール変な感じだったな。送信日時が1週間後になってた。つまり未来から来たっつうか。
Wait, it was dated a week after you got it, so it was from the future? Huh? Oh great, now I can't look at the backlog because I reloaded this damn save. Fuck. Wow, a message from the future.
未来から来た。
ネットで妙な考察サイトでも見たのかだる。お前がとんでも理論を言い出すとは珍しい。
違うがな。確かにメールの日付は1週間後の28。あ、そっか。28日だから今日じゃん。
A week from today. So that would be in the beginning portion. That would be the beginning portion of August then. Man, the first game in which more time passed in real life than the game in game itself. By the way, what it says if you open the phone and check sent emails. Okay. Oh, let me check. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Well, we have the one I just sent to Mayuri about the Geofroggy, so there's that. And then there's this weird one here that we received earlier. I'm not seeing anything that unless I'm just missing something that's right in front of my face here. Nothing's standing out to me. Oh, a deleted mail Okabe sent to Daru, apparently. Wait, so there was mail in here for that? And I just missed it? Oh, shit. I guess maybe I should just make a habit of just checking my phone frequently, then. Daru pulls out his phone and shows it to me. He's right. The email was sent from my phone. Okay, so yeah, so received on July 21st, sent the 28th. So it's sent 2 minutes before the received date. Interesting. Wonder what the significance of that is. And the subject is trouble and from Olkairine. Someone stab. Wait. Yeah, that is the text that I sent. Okay. Hold on, I want to check something. Again. Alright.
全ては偶然だ。
Okay, so it should be a little ways past here. It'll be right after we find her body. Okay, so let me check my mailbox, outbox, no mail. Okay, I don't think I sent it yet. Okay, here we are. Okay, I'm just reading this silently to myself. Someone stabbed Makise Kurisu, don't know who, looked bad, hope she's okay. I press down, sending. Oh, wait. That's when the time change. That's when the time shift actually happened. Right when we sent that text. We altered the timeline inadvertently just by sending that text. Now let me pull up my phone. Can I pull it up? Can I pull it up?
消えた。目印は。
Okay. Okay, let me just get to another thing here. Outgoing, outbox. Yeah, it's gone. Interesting. No, I don't want that.
何をバカな。マキセ・クリスが殺されているのを見たのはほんの3時間前だぞ。
It happened right when we sent that text, the time shift. And yet it only happened when we sent information about Kurisu. Because of the phone by itself can actually cause these time shifts to occur. Why didn't we see a similar phenomenon happen when we just texted texted Mayuri just now about the Jiro Froggies? Why didn't anything happen then? Why did it only happen when we were texting Daru about Kurisu? Hold on. I'm just thinking, chat. I'm just thinking. Well, it's starting to look to me like that my suspicions that Kurisu definitely is probably a key figure in whatever mystery I'm being presented with here is definitely right on the money. I mean, she is the person that we are trying to effectively save throughout this story, right? Because I mean, that's what it says at the beginning here is that we're trying to essentially save her from being killed, but we keep failing in that regard. I mean, I think that is the general crux of the conflict of this story. But again, I'm just trying to think like. I don't know. I think I need more. I think I need more information here because I don't think there's any way I'm going to be able to figure out the phone mechanic right now, or at least learn more about it right now until I get more information. let's move on.
勝手に殺さないでくれますか？
そういえばあのメール変な感じだったな。
Okay,
未来
so
から
we're
来た。
ネットで妙な
right
考察
around
違う
here.
がな。確かにメールの日付は1週間後の
He received it on July 21st at 12:56 p.m.
今日じゃん。
But it was sent on July 28th at 12:54 p.m. So there's a 2-minute difference. Like I said, yeah, there's a 2-minute difference. But the effect for us was instantaneous, and yet it took 2 minutes apparently. Yet there's a 2-minute disparity. Interesting. It was split into three mails. Someone stabbed Makise Kurisu don't. Why did I send such a short message in 3 parts? You know what this reminds me of? A message splitting itself up like that? Because it reminds me a lot of how old regular cell phones used to function here when it came to text messages. Because some of the phones I had growing up when I was a kid here had a little it had a little slide out keyboards that you could whip out anytime you wanted to text. And a frequent thing that, and I would normally send long texts to people because I'm just that kind of guy. I write a lot, which I'm sure some of you guys can easily believe, given how much I tend to write in my community posts and stuff like that. And well, what would end up happening usually is anytime I met a certain character limit within a single text message, it would split into multiple parts. And some of my old phones could go up to like 9 pages worth of 9 pages worth of the same text that I could send. And then it would just send those segments if the character limits ended up being exceeded. But there was still a cap on the amount of messages that you could send over mobile data back then. Hence why a lot of the phones I had here had a cap to where I could only send like 9 segments of a single message at a time. So I bring this up because maybe what we're seeing here is something involved with the time travel phenomenon ended up using a lot of mobile data, which is why it ended up sending only a few words at a time for the message and split them into 3. Because what he ended up typing originally was a very short message that would normally be able to be sent in just 1 page, and yet it was split into 3, and even then it wasn't the full message. It's not the full message either. We just saw it. Parts of the message are missing. I'm real confused here. This is really bizarre. And it looks like the 3rd email got cut off. I do recognize the content, though.
これは3時間前に誰に送ったメールだ。
But I sent 1 mail, not 3. And there should be more text. Did Daru really get this a week ago?
興味深いわね。
So the message went back in time a week ago, and this one message by itself was enough to significantly alter the timeline to such an extent to where the satellite-looking object crashed into that building. Kurisu is still alive. Huh. Fascinating. That's quite a huge butterfly effect, not gonna lie. Suddenly, Kurisu is standing next to me, peering intently at the screen of Daru's phone. Alright, the email's not important. Well, maybe it is, but not right now. The real question is why she's still alive. Is she an illusion? No, an evil spirit? Am I haunted? I don't believe in such unscientific drivel. I'm a mad scientist! I timidly reach out to Kurisu's face. Oh dear. Careful, man. She might bite your finger. Your banana finger. My fingertips stroke her hair. Feels silky. Quite the cuticles.
ある。実体がある。やはり幽霊だというのは考えすぎか。
SMS messages come in packets limited to 70 Unicode characters or 160 in ASCII. Twitter used to have a similar limit when it allowed posting by messaging a specific number. Yeah, that sounds about right now that you mention it. Because back then here, Twitter had character limit. I think Twitter had character limits like that here because back then people didn't have smartphones on the regular back then. They just, I think, I could be wrong about that. I don't know. This is information I've not thought about in a long time. So my memory on this is going to be kind of muddy. Careful. Again, I think if you don't withdraw your hand, she's going to bite the banana finger.
オカリン、まずくね?
I poke Kurisu's cheek with my fingers. Such softness. Dead bodies don't feel like this. How would you know? You ever touched a dead body before? Not that I've ever touched. Should have just read. I should have just kept reading.
Oi.
If I had one issue with writing, is that it presumes the player has no knowledge of sci-fi or hasn't been paying attention, so Okabe can be very slow on the uptake. I don't know. Doesn't seem that much different from Takumi now that I think about it. He was pretty slow on the uptake a lot of the time, too. Illusion? Ghost? Try a delusional existence. Well, hey, we did establish in Chaos Head that the power of delusion is indeed a real thing, so maybe that's what she is. Maybe we got a giggle maniac running around somewhere creating all kinds of delusions. Wait a minute. We already touched when I bumped into her coming out of the elevator. I even grabbed her shoulders before being pushed away. Well, to be fair, we had no reasons to suspect that she was a ghost or a spirit then. So I can kind of understand why you're trying to confirm that right now here, but at the same time though, again, I'm not going to repeat myself. I already gave you my warning. And clearly, so is she, right now. And I still doubted that she had substance? That's just proof of how confused I am. If she's alive, then what did I see back at Radicon? Was that scream I heard? What was that scream I heard? Were they hallucinations? Just like that mass disappearance? That's right. She was stabbed. Maybe she's just hiding her wounds. This requires further investigation. I thought it might go that way. But I wasn't sure. It looks like we're going there. Oh, God. Excuse me, officer. We got a mad scientist committing sexual assault out in public. There he is. Subdue him. I grabbed the hem of her blouse and slowly lifted.
己は警察に突き出されたいのか?
俺は真実を知りたいだけだ。
Well, hey, remember the popular saying from the X-Files. The truth is out there. This is the truth that Fox Mulder and Scully were searching for all this time. I stare straight back at Kurisu as she trembles with anger and lift her blouse a little higher.
何が真実よ、この変態。バカなの？死ぬの？
She pushes my hand away.
ルイスちゃんの名台詞。来たこれ。
Who the hell is Louise Chan? Fictional. The main heroine of the anime The Familiar of 10. A tsundere. Oh, the Familiar of 0 reference, eh? That's actually something I've never checked out yet. On my bucket list of random anime or light novels or manga or whatever to check out. I've heard that the heroine in that one is actually a bit divisive, or maybe it's some other series I've heard about that I'm getting mixed up right now. Her voice actress is the Queen of Tsundere, Sugimiya Rie. Okay, I know who they're talking about here, but I can't quite remember her exact name. But I do think I know the voice actress that they're referring to here, and she does a lot of shit. Turns out, a lot of stuff. Like she's done enough voice acting roles here throughout her lifetime so far here to I think would probably fill the average lifetime of several average Joe voice actors, based on what I know, what I've seen. And she's also kind of crazy, in a really endearing kind of way. I'd feel bad for whoever tries to date her, though, because, I mean, she seems like she'd be quite a handful. But, I mean, hey, I know there are a lot of guys that are into girls like that, so, I mean, whatever floats your boat, I guess. Knock yourselves out. Okay, in all due seriousness, though, she does seem pretty cool. Crazy, but cool. Becoming a registered offender for science. Well, hey, somebody's gotta be the guinea pig here when it comes to committing crimes against humanity and learning of their effects towards said humanity. Even crimes against humanity have done things to advance science before. Daru shouts something silly, but I ignore him and press Kurisu. Press.
まさかあんた今私の下着を
You show me her breasts, you show me her chests, and yet the dialogue tells me that he was actually trying to peek at her underwear. The math's not adding here, son. Just saying. Something's not adding up here. Kurisu's face turns bright red. She firmly pulls her blouse down. I need a drink. Earlier this afternoon, after Dr. Nakibachi's presentation, someone killed Makise Kurisu and left her in a pool of blood. Yeah, truly it was a tragedy. She didn't even have water wings on. Excuse me, I don't know why I said in. Truly a thoughtless murderer. She could drown in a pool for all they knew. All I did was seek the truth of science, but I became a sex offender? Here's your light novel title. That's actually a really good title for a light novel, not gonna lie. I carefully explain everything that I saw. There was so much red! It was everywhere!
ドクター中バッチ
オカリン何言ってるん？中鉢の発表会なら中止になったじゃん。
So that changed too, huh?
中止？
そう、人工衛星の墜落で。
Huh? Well, wait, hold on. Then what was going on with those news broadcasts that were reporting on it like it was something that just happened? Something's wrong. Our stories aren't matching. It's the same thing that happened right after I saw the mass disappearance. Mayuri's story didn't match mine. I need to know. Am I caught in some sinister plot? We're caught in something, alright, I can tell you that much. Is this another organization conspiracy?
ねえ、ちょっとあなた。
我が名は法院京馬だ。
違うよ。全然違うよ。
法院さん、今の話詳しく教えてほしいんですが。
Okay, she's at least interested in hearing us out, so maybe this will help us somehow. No idea how, but maybe it will somehow. Honorifics, Japanese. Yet another thing I'm pretty sure everybody here in the chat here is already familiar with. Japanese employ a system of name suffixes that define the speaker's relationship to the addressee. The common honorifics are as follows. San, the most common honorific, used with strangers, people of equal status, and in general whenever one needs to be polite. When used after the given name, Kyoma-san, it indicates a closer relationship. Kyun, an informal name suffix generally used for male friends or male subordinates, also used by males towards female subordinates in professional environments. Chan, a diminutive suffix that indicates high affection, usually used for small children, young girls, or between close female friends. Kyu-chan. Tan, an even more diminutive version of the Chan suffix. Most often used for fictional characters, especially anthropomorphizations for added cuteness. Shi, a literary honorific generally used by formal publications such as newspapers. Some otaku, such as Daru, use shi regularly. It's not all the ones I'm familiar with, but good enough for our purposes for now, I suppose. Looks like she finally understands I'm not lying. Oh, the VA that was mentioned voices someone in robotic notes, Persona and Human Echo. Yeah, I can believe it. Again, based on what I glanced on her list of roles and everything, and believe me, there's a shit ton of them. I would not be surprised in the slightest if she's actually voiced characters in easily a third of the Japanese media that I've been exposed to throughout my life. It's definitely possible. But I still don't understand why my memories don't match everyone else's. I doubt that I can give her a good explanation. And again, I think the reason for that is because for some weird, unspecified reason, you have what is referred to as a ripple effect proof memory. There's something about you that allows you to preserve your memories of alternate timelines while everyone else's changes whenever changes in the timelines occur. Just then, an older man steps out of the assembly hall.
Makise さん、そろそろ時間ですし、始めましょう。
はい。
Kurisu glances at me one more time, then sighs and heads towards the small conference room. You're not gonna get killed again here before I have a chance to actually go over this with you, are you?
オカリン、とりあえず僕らも行こうぜ。
行くとはどういう意味だ？
講義を聞きに来たんだろう。
Oh, right. Daru follows after Kurisu. Did she come to attend the lecture too? Strange. Why would the girl genius, Makise Kurisu, need to attend a lecture like this? Well, maybe we should sit around and find out. Okay. My guess was a bit off. The girl genius didn't come to attend the lecture. And that's what has me concerned right there. Oh, never mind. Spoke too soon. I guess she's okay. For now, at least.
講義をする方だったのか。
Japan's famous girl genius, Makise Kurisu, who had her thesis published at the tender age of 17. According to Daru, she turned 18 a few days ago. I first heard about her when Daru pointed her out in a gossip magazine article. That's when she told me that she was going to be a guest at ATF. I'd forgotten all about it. The audience is pretty mixed. I don't know. Doesn't sound mixed to me. Sounds like resounding applause, if anything. It's mostly students like us, but also there are also a couple of professors. Oh, that's what you mean by mix. Never mind. I thought you were talking about the reception they were giving. And Kurisu just gave me a sharp look. What did I do? Well, apparently given her a possible scare. And, you know, groped her, poked her, stroked her. When I returned her stare, she quickly averts her eyes. I don't care if she's a genius or whatever. I still don't like her. She may have these people fooled with her timid girl act, but I learned at Radicon how cunning and aggressive she really is. This guy's an idiot. Okay, what did you think she was here for? I have no idea. I wasn't thinking that far ahead. I wish I could stay up longer, but I'm feeling this very EP sleepy and it's late. Good luck unraveling the scientific mystery. Well, thank you for coming in to check out the stream, Epic Ducky Man. Sleep well, and I hope I see you again sometime. Have a good night and take care. Even if her murder was some kind of hallucination, my judgment of her character is still correct. I think you're mistaken there, champ.
タイムマシンをテーマに話してほしいと言われまして、正直専門外なのですが、頑張って話してみようと思います。
ほう、タイムマシンか。
最初に結論を言ってしまうと、タイムマシンなんていうのは馬鹿らしい代物だということです。
異議あり。
Rintaro, you realize what she just said agrees with you, right? Every member of the audience, not just Kurisu, is startled by my interruption. Perhaps I'm being slightly rude here. Slightly. But I'm not the one to just sit and listen to some genius girl's drivel.
タイムマシンが作れないと決めつけるのは早計だ。
Wait. With the other guy, you were objecting to him because you were calling his time travel theories and his machine and all that stuff. Yeah, you were claiming it was all made up. It was all phony drivel. Now here. You're just a contrarian, aren't you? You just like to attend public conferences like these and make a complete nuisance out of yourself, just take the contrary opinion in the loudest and most obnoxious manner possible, just to get some attention on you, right? Is that your shtick? Is this some kind of little cheap marketing ploy on your end to drive more traffic to your stupid website? I'm on to you. You can't fool me.
無茶しやがって。
Ace Attorney reference. Oh, there's Ace Attorney reference? No, that he copied from the other guy. That was what... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. I forgot about that. Well, gee, aren't I a forgetful idiot? Guess I'm gonna have to go hunt some crow later on after this stream and eat it. Basically, that Nakabachi tried to copy someone's theory as their own. Yeah, call Nakabachi for plagiarizing research from the John Titter's @channel post. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. I forgot about that little detail. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna have to eat crow for this one later. Hopefully there's some crows flying around today. Sitting at my side, Daro throws me a small salute. ATF staff are approaching, probably to kick me out. History does not repeat, but in this case it certainly does rhyme. Perhaps I got too carried away.
まあ、はい、いいですよ。ディスカッション形式の方が話も弾むでしょうし。
Thanks to her proposal, the event staff refrained from escorting me out. She sounds a little pissed, but let's not mind that. Well, can you blame her?
でもその前に、私の考えを話させてください。これまで世界中の科学者たちがタイムトラベルについての理論を提唱してきました。主な理論だけでも11に及びます。
11? What are the major theories of time travel? I've heard about the cosmic string theory, at least. Well, I haven't. The 11 theories.
中性子星理論、ブラックホール理論、高速理論。
I've heard of neutron stars. I know what a black hole is, along with light speed.
タキオン理論、ワームホール理論、エキゾチック物質理論。宇宙ひも理論、量子重力理論、セシウムレーザー光理論。素粒子リングレーザー理論、ディラック反粒子理論。
Okay, out of all the 11 theories I've heard, or out of all the 11 theories / terminologies I've heard about, number 6, 7, 9, 10, and 11 are ones I don't think I'm familiar with at all. The other ones I am familiar with, or at least I've heard about in passing. I know what a black hole in light speed is. And for the other ones, I at least know the names or the terms, but I don't know quite what they are. Wait, I heard Dirac and Chaos. Wait! Yeah! The Dirac thing for the D-Sword stuff, the delusions. Wait, you're right. Wait. Yeah. Well, there we go. I guess there's one other little bit of overlap with Chaos Head right there as well. And we're not talking about with just a relatively minor thing like a Gerofroggy, but an actual scientific theory to boot. Okay, will she talk? Will she talk about the direct theory stuff? I wonder, because that right now, that's the one I want to learn about the most here, because the direct theory played a very prominent role in the events of Chaos Head. So I want to hear her thoughts on that here and see if it matches up with any of the information I vaguely recall from Chaos Head. Not only so it can help jibe my memory on it a bit, but also see if from what I can recall, if it matches up with what I do remember. Because if Chaos Head's events are anything to go by, which they absolutely should be, we've certainly established that the direct theory, at least in this universe, does exist, or at least the direct C, I think it was called. It was called something, the direct C. I want to say that's what it was, but I might be mistaken. But direct something does play a role within this universe for sure. So, if there's one theory out of the ones that I've been presented with here, maybe direct is probably one of the more likely ones that could be at play here, based on the fact that the direct C was a huge factor in the events in the scientific phenomenon Chaos Head. Okay, direct C of antiparticles is what Chaos Head dis worlds operate on. Yeah, okay, so it was called direct C. I remember. Okay, so that's good. I remembered that much at least. Anyway, let's hear her talk. Not bad. Perhaps Makise Kurisu is a worthy rival after all.
でもそれらの理論はいずれも仮説の域を出ません。
Well, the direct C certainly has been shown to not be theoretical, as I just said.
場合によっては11個の中の別の理論によって否定されているものさえある。
では12番目の理論が発見されたとしたらどうかな。
A 12th model.
ああ、そうですね。それは13番目の理論によって否定されるかもしれませんね。
Yeah, I see what you're saying here, because at that point, well, if we're just talking about if we're just going to create new model, create a 12th model to contradict all the other ones, what's stopping someone else here with just coming up with a 13th model after that, or 14th, or even a 15th? You're just basically trying to one up it. You're just basically trying to one up the other theories at that point, rather than trying to firmly test and see if any of the already existing theories has any actual weight to them. That is where you're going with this, I assume. Damn! She twisted my question and used it against me. Well, I think we just confirmed that's what he was trying to do. Just one up her rather than have a meaningful discussion on the existing theories. Touché, genius girl. Suddenly, I feel eyes on me. Whose eyes are those eyes? Some puffed-up professors are giving me hard looks from across the room. Maybe I got too carried away. Maybe I don't want to risk losing my credits. I should back off for now.
ちなみに未来へのタイムトラベルなら今すぐにでも可能ですよ。アインシュタインの相対性理論によればね。
Yeah, there are 100 people on the island. Who gets it gets it. I wonder who they're all. I wonder where all their names are. Science is not about reaching the truth, as it is unachievable. Science is about making a set of predictions that work consistently until proven otherwise. Yeah, it kind of ties into what I was talking about a little bit to what I was talking about earlier in regards to the scientific method being an imperfect model, well, always being an imperfect model because it's a model made by humans, which themselves are imperfect beings that can only process and perceive the world around them to a limited extent, for a variety of different factors, most of them usually being biological in nature. And because of that, along with the sheer scale of the universe in which we inhabit, there's probably never going to be a time where, no matter how far the scientific science advances along with our understanding of the world around us, that we'll ever achieve 100% complete enlightenment of said world and universe around us, because it's just probably not physically possible for us to do it. Certainly not with the technology that we have now and our ability to process information as it currently stands. So it's an idea that effectively is going to remain in science fiction as far as things currently stand now. So what you need to use science for instead is what Aemonus basically said. It's about making a set of predictions that work consistently until proven otherwise. Or to put it in another way, you basically want to try to run an experiment or test a theory and make sure that it's something that can be consistently reproduced by anybody that wants to try to test the validity of said theory. Like, for example, say, what exact temperature do you need to achieve in order to melt an ice cube? If everybody, you need to determine what that exact temperature is, and then once you feel like you have it, you need to make sure that anyone else who wants to test that theory is given the chance to reproduce it and see for themselves whether or not it holds water. And I know there's probably a better example that I could use if I really think about it. I'm just using whatever is popping up to the top of my head. Again, I know it's not going to be the best example I could probably use, but I'm just trying to mainly get the general idea across to those that might not understand some of this stuff on some intuitive level. But yeah, bottom line, it's like Aemonus says, it's basically working with a set of predictions, or like I said, trying to reproduce a specific type of result or prove a theory by reproducing it in a consistent way. You're just making it follow a set of predictions. And yeah, I feel like I'm tripping over my words here a bit, but I'm sure you guys at least understand what I'm trying to say here, right? That's essentially how the scientific method works. Says the guy who's not a scientist. By the way, time travel to the future is available to us right now, according to Einstein's special theory of relativity. Now, there's a theory I am vaguely familiar with, but let's see what the tip says. Refers to both Einstein's special theory of relativity published in 1905 and his general theory of relativity published in 1916, represented by the famous equation E equals mc2. The special little math equations. That was also a key plot point from Chaos Head as well. Is that the theory goes that there were gigalomaniacs throughout history that were able to come up with special math equations, which, upon conceiving of said equations, they were able to, on a fundamental level, change the world around them upon thinking of those equations. A huge a key component to the plot of Chaos Head's story was all about such a formula having been thought of by Shogun, the original Takumi. And that math equation, yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about. The special theory of relativity is defined by the following axioms. Objects cannot travel faster than the speed of light. As velocity approaches the speed of light, the passage of time approaches zero. As velocity approaches the speed of light, length approaches zero. As velocity approaches the speed of light, mass approaches infinity. The general theory of relativity adds the following axioms. In the presence of large gravitational fields, the passage of time slows down. In the presence of large gravitational fields, space curves. In the presence of large gravitational fields, mass increases. Yeah, this sounds about what this seems to match up with my general understanding of the theory. Getting into the real science of science adventure series compared to mental disorder research and metaphysics from previously. Yeah, it's certainly quite the jump, isn't it, when it comes to topics. Yeah, because a lot of chaos theory, a lot of the stuff in chaos. I almost said chaos theory. Chaos head story, is mostly resided in pseudoscience. If we're talking about real world science stuff, save for the direct theory stuff or the direct C. But this stuff here, on the other hand, it does seem to be based more on actual real-world science, for sure. Based on what I remember from, well, actually, wait. There were a lot of actual real-life scientific phenomena that was referenced in Chaos Head Noah as well, throughout the tips and stuff like that. Yeah, it was like I was saying towards the beginning portion of this stream. I need to refresh my memory on the Chaos Head Noah tips at some point and just go through them in my spare time so I can at least jog my memory on a lot of the scientific terminologies and other such things that it does bring up. Because I have a feeling that having a fresh mind on that stuff will be beneficial for me to better understanding what's happening here in Steins Gate. Because case in point, List 25 helped remind me of that the direct C was a thing that was a key component to Chaos Head's story, and the direct theory was just mentioned here. Yeah, so I got some extra off-screen reading I need to do.
例えば、今すぐ羽田空港に行って、そこから沖縄行きあたりの飛行機に乗ればいい。目的地に降り立った時、その人は10億分の1秒くらい私より未来に進んでいる。
What does that mean?
移動する速さが高速に近づけば近づくほど時間は遅く流れる。それが相対性理論ですから。極論を言えば、光と同じほどの速さで走ることができたら、流れる時間はその人だけ半分になるわけで、24時間その速度で走り続ければ周囲では48時間が経ったことになるから、丸1日分未来へ飛んだことになるんですよ、法王院京馬さん。
I think I understand. Yes. I'm not gonna pretend like a lot of the stuff that I was just going over is something here that I have any seriously firm grasp of understanding on. Because again, I'm no scientist by any stretch, and a lot of this stuff deals with ideas and concepts that I normally don't bother engaging with most of the time. So half of them I can understand on a conceptual level, I guess, if I really take the time to think about them, but when it comes, it's the more in-depth stuff that I tend to struggle with a bit more. What are you signaling? Why are you signaling me out? Because you're the one that made the objection, dummy. I'm doing my best to hold back, but it looks like Makise Kurisu wants to pick a fight. You started it. I wish that she hadn't said that name in front of so many people. It's too great a risk to let others know my true name.
それはへりくつではないかな?
Now a professor calmly makes an objection. Let me guess, he's going to argue that she's talking more about terminal velocity rather than time travel, because if you're moving so goddamn fast that you can travel. Actually, you know what? Maybe I should let him speak first. I might be wrong with where I'm going with this. True, Makise Kurisu's example isn't strictly time travel per se, but I never expected an older man, professor at that, to refute an 18-year-old girl. Maybe he's just testing a genius girl's resilience. Certainly possible. The formula is generally the simplified version. Einstein was working with known formulas of electromagnetism and kinetic force, and concluded that mass is energy after connecting them. Okay, yeah, that I don't think I knew about, actually, so I think that's new information for me. I didn't know it was a simplified version of the formula.
そうですね。
The genius girl readily concedes the point. If she were a normal 18-year-old, it would be impossible for her to be this calm in front of all these people. I don't think you even know what normal for an 18-year-old is, my boy. A normal 18-year-old would panic when refuted by such a distinguished-looking professor. And yet, Makise Kurisu's giving off an aura of gutsiness that says, I can take this guy on.
では過去には行けるのかな?
過去にだって今すぐ行けますよ。夜になったら望遠鏡で空を覗いてみてください。何万年も前の光を見ることができるでしょ。
You're referring to what is effectively sunlight from various stars in the night sky. This is something I do know about, actually, at least the general idea behind it. Anytime you see a star in the night sky here, what you're actually looking at are basically suns, much like the one we have in our own solar system. But it's light from suns that are so far away from where our current solar system is that it takes tens of thousands of years to actually reach our location here in our solar system, to where we can perceive the light from those suns and those more distant parts of the galaxy as they travel through said galaxy into our own solar system. So what we're actually looking at here, based on the theory of relativity, is we're looking at rays of sunshine from distant parts of the galaxy that are thousands upon thousands of years old, and for all we know, the light from the stars that we're looking at right now might be traveling from wherever they originated from in the galaxy, from a sun that has long since burned out and no longer exists. So sooner or later, the light that we see from a given star may eventually fade out. But bottom line is, what we're looking at when we're looking at the stars is really, 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 really old light that's just traveling ridiculously fast throughout the solar system, hence light speed. It's literally traveling at the speed of light. We're looking at shadows of the past. Ironically, yeah, exactly. That's another way to put it. But yeah, that is essentially my understanding, my own personal understanding of starlight.
それもへりくつですよ。
This time, it's a nearby student who objects. Oh, we got students objecting now, huh? A depressing thought that since the universe expands, at some point in the future, Milky Way will be moving away from everyone faster than the image of others can reach us. Yeah, that's another thing I've heard about, since the universe that we're in theoretically is constantly expanding and everything, the amount of distance that would be needed for us to travel back to. Okay, let me see if I can explain this in a way that hopefully makes sense, and hopefully I'm getting my information right, because I've only heard it a few times before. But say you manage to invent a starship that can travel at the current speed of light, and you want to travel all the way. You want to travel to to someplace that's several galaxies away from our own and everything. You make the journey. You get to your destination. And then you stay there for a certain period of time, and then you decide you want to try to travel back to planet Earth. You would think that the amount of time that would take you to get back to Earth would be roughly the same as it would for you to have gone to that part of a distant galaxy that you traveled to. But the truth of the matter is, the amount of actual distance that you would need to travel on the return trip would end up expanding to a much greater number, to a much greater distance than you did on the trip to get to that destination, because the galaxy during that interim expanded to such an extent to where the actual distance that you would need to travel in order to get back to planet Earth at that point could be multiplied by multiple factors. Could be a factor of 5, a factor of 10. Insert any number that you can think of, depending on how far that you traveled in the galaxy away from where you originated, that being planet Earth. So, because of that, what may have only taken you a few years to have accomplished going to that distant galaxy using light travel could probably end up taking the entire rest of your life to make the return trip back to Earth, if you even survive the trip at all. So once you make that trip, once you make that trip, you may have effectively doomed yourself from never being able to see planet Earth again in that hypothetical scenario, because the amount of new distance created would just be so great to where a normal human lifespan would not be able to actually live long enough to see you make the return trip completely. And even if you somehow do that, say somebody wants to make the same journey that you made to that distant galaxy, well, guess what? The amount of distance that it took you to get to that distant galaxy originally also expanded as you were heading back to planet Earth. So the amount of time that new explorers would take to get to that same location you went to on that first trip would end up being longer as a consequence too. And they end up experiencing the same problem that you faced on the first return trip back to Earth. And it just keeps going on and on and on as the universe expands, the distance ever increasing. So yeah, you can see the problem with this, I'm sure. If this theory is completely correct and it holds water, why light speed travel could definitely have some serious complications if you were to travel far enough away from our solar system. Yeah, space itself is growing. Pretty much. That's the most simplest way to describe it based on my own understanding of it. I like the analogy of expanding balloon for the growing physical space, but the exact nature is still theoretical last time I checked. Yeah, that's the thing. It's still theoretical, so it hasn't been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt from last I checked. So, for all we know, this depressing thought may just be entirely in our imaginations, and we're just creating a scenario of existential dread over nothing, which I certainly hope is the case. But if it's right though, then well, yeah. Needless to say, I wouldn't want to do any light speed travel for just that reason. Doesn't really matter, since even with light speed, since light is slow, so humans would need to reach immortality by that point anyway. Yeah, you're right about that too. So there bottom line, there is a lot of logistical issues that would arise here if the expanding universe theory is indeed correct, and how that would, as a consequence of that, end up affecting the distance between various points in space. But yeah. Let's move on.
今までのは前置き。
Is it just me? Or did Kurisu look a little nervous just now?
例えば実際に皆さんが体ごと過去や未来へ行くことができるようなタイムマシンを作るにはまず何が必要か考えてみましょう。
Good question. I actually don't remember what we might need for something like this, so please explain it to me.
代表的なところだと宇宙紐理論かワームホール理論かな。宇宙紐というのは超巨大な質量を持つ紐みたいな形のひび割れです。
A string-shaped crevice. It must be how they enter our universe. But do cosmic strings really exist?
ひびの幅は素粒子と同じぐらいで、長さは最低でも銀河系と同じくらいと思っていただければいいです。
An elementary particle. The smallest unit of matter. However, the definition of what constitutes an elementary particle is unclear. Certain elementary particles have a corresponding antiparticle with an opposite charge. Yeah, matter and antimatter. I'm familiar with that at least.
これは巨大な質量であるがゆえに時空を歪める性質を持っているんです。その歪んだ時空を紐を中心にあなたがぐるっと一周すると360度以内で回りきることができる。要するにワープみたいなことができるということ。これ時空の角度欠損って言います。角度欠損しているところを通過するとそこは欠損しちゃってますので通過時間はゼロになる。これを応用して宇宙紐が高速に近い速さで運動しているとき、相対性理論により宇宙紐の時間は周囲より遅くなるから歪んでいる角度欠損の領域を通過すると本来ゼロだった通過時間がマイナスになる。
Negative instead of zero. And this deficit is how you travel to a past time, right? Where the so-called time disparity would come into play. So I'm just thinking back to that text message that Dara received from us earlier, how there was about a week difference in time. Is the difference in time a result of this deficit which she's talking about right now? I wonder. So that means
つまり通過後の方が過去になっているわけで、2本の宇宙紐を使って空間欠損ジャンプを行い元の地点まで周回するように戻ってくるとちょうど周回を開始したのと同じ時間に戻ってくることができる。
if you loop back to your original location, you can do the same time you can return to the same time you started revolving.
ざっくり言っちゃうと、それが宇宙紐理論によるタイムトラベルです。ちなみに誤解しないでほしいのは、宇宙紐理論は超紐理論とは別物ということです。
And what are superstrings? In physics, the theory that all matter of the universe is composed of strings, and that the vibrations of these strings manifest as the elementary particles. Kind of works in a similar fashion to how fire is generated. Heat. This theory, which posits 11 dimensions, is currently impossible to prove experimentally. However, it is said that if this theory were to be proven, it would explain all the phenomena from the birth and scope of the universe on the macro level to elementary particles like quarks on the micro level.
というわけで、宇宙紐理論で過去へ行くために用意するものは3つ。
Three things.
その1、宇宙紐。これは2つ必要です。あ、ちなみに宇宙紐って生まれたばかりの宇宙にしかないという過程なので、探すのはかなり骨が折れるかも。
So if these strings, so if these cosmic strings are hypothesized to exist only where the universe itself was first formed, does finding them on Earth serve as an indicator that the universe was actually formed here on Earth?
その2、仮に宇宙紐を見つけてきたら、それを光に近い速さで運動させるためのエネルギーが必要です。銀河と同じ長さのひび割れを光並みに加速させるにはどのくらいのエネルギーがいるんでしょうね。少なくとも1.21 ジゴワット以上なのは確かです。
1.21 gigawatts. Oh, I can't wait to see what this says. Originates from a 1980s trilogy of Hollywood movies about time machines and time paradoxes. In the first movie, the inventor of the time machine said that it needed 1.21 gigawatts of power to travel through time. In reality, the unit gigawatts does not exist. The scriptwriter made a spelling mistake. The correct unit is gigawatt. Yeah, because if we're talking gigawatts, I think we're going to need something a lot more substantial than just a gigawatt in order to achieve that kind of speed, wouldn't we? Anyway, this is ringing some kind of bell for me, but I can't recall what the names of these movies might actually be. Sounds vaguely familiar, though. I think it's something I must have heard about in passing. It's Return to the Future reference, right? Oh, wait, Back to the Future? Yeah, if it's Back to the Future, then maybe. Yeah, fun fact, I've only ever actually seen the second movie in those movies. I've never seen the first one or the third. And I think there was a fourth one after that as well. But yeah, I haven't seen all those movies, so maybe that's what it is. Back to the Future? Or is Return to the Future something else? Let me look it up. All right, Return to the Future movies, movie trilogy. No, it's showing just Back to the Future, so maybe that's what it is. Back to the Future. All right. I didn't see those movies at all. Well, if the second movie is anything to go by in regards to judging the rest of the series as a whole, they don't really focus too much on the actual dynamics of time travel. They're mostly just stories that just use time travel as a plot device to just send the main characters to different time periods to get into all kinds of wacky adventures of each other. It's not something that takes the scientific theories it explores all too seriously. Like, case in point, in the case of the second of those movies, Back to the Future 2, the main character basically travels back in time to, like, 1960s or something, and he finds himself, finds himself in a story where he has to get his parents together as a couple. Otherwise he won't end up being born. Because I think, if memory serves, something happened in the beginning of that movie that caused his timeline to change. And so he had to end up going back in time. No, actually, wait, no. No, that didn't happen. Never mind. I think I'm thinking of something else. But yeah, so what ends up happening in Back to the Future 2 is the main character travels back to his parents' time when they were in high school and everything. And he basically, long story short, plays a key role in getting his parents to hook up together as a couple, and that eventually led to him being born, and thus creating the present timeline, which, you know, he came from originally and everything. But it's played more like a like a fantasy adventure comedy kind of story where like, for example, He's trying to do all the stuff I just outlined while also trying not to create a grandfather paradox for himself. And if you know what a grandfather paradox is, well, then I don't think I need to explain more. You can probably guess just based on that term's inclusion alone here, a lot of what the plot subjects the main character to. But yeah, bottom line, based on what I know of the Back to the Future movies, they don't take the actual scientific terminology and theories of time travel too terribly seriously. They mostly exist just as plot devices, just to create wacky scenarios for the two main leads to get themselves into. Because more games reference the parent plot. Yeah, pretty much. And what else is there? To simplify, if I remember correctly, the string theory suggests particles are formed by linear objects spinning in a certain way, and intersections make up electromagnetic properties. There are other combinations of interest that don't correspond to known particles, but it's only a model. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is new information for me, so I don't really have anything meaningful to comment on that, other than what I've just been talking about, but it's not really about the string theory now, is it? This earns a few chuckles from the audience.
その3、宇宙紐があるところまで行って戻ってくるための宇宙船。タイムトラベルする人はこれに乗らないといけません。どうです、法王院さん？宇宙紐理論でのタイムトラベル、挑戦できると思いますか？
Well, Mr. Phoenix, you up for the challenge? Like that's even possible. And why the hell is she addressing me? Again, you started this fight. I wasn't even the one who jeered this time.
法王院さんは宇宙紐理論には挑戦したくないようですね。だったらもう一つ例に挙げたワームホール理論はどうです？こちらは宇宙紐理論よりはもうちょっと現実的かもしれません。
Now, here's something that's a bit more in my wheelhouse in regards to my own understanding of scientific phenomena. I'm more familiar with wormholes, I almost said wheelholes, with wormholes than I am with cosmic strings.
ところで法王院さん、ワームホールってどんなものか知ってますか？
No, don't ask me. I'm trying to hold back here. Since I've been challenged, though, I can't leave the question unanswered.
空間に開いた抜け道のようなものだろう？
ね、そうです。
Phew. I got it right. I sigh inwardly in relief.
2つの穴があって、それはトンネルでつながっている。トンネルは通過時間ゼロで通り抜けられる。2つの穴がどれだけ離れていてもね。だけどここで残念なお知らせ。ワームホールのトンネルは超重力がかかっていて、開通すると同時に潰れちゃいます。だからかかる重力を無効化するために何らかの細工をしなくちゃダメなの。
Yeah, matches what I understand of it, huh?
いわゆる エキゾチック物質。これはマイナスの重さを持つ物質で重力に反発するんです。
Negative mass, huh? Is it something that floats if you leave it on the ground? Maybe not. Can't even begin to imagine what it would look like. Kurisu raises her right fist.
こうやってむぎゅーっとグーを作ってる状態がワームホールのトンネルです。ここを通るためには手の中に私が握ろうとする力に反発する何かを作ってむぎゅーっとできなくしないとダメということですね。
Yeah, something that would offer an equal and opposing force to the gravitational pull. But you would truly need some really strong exotic material in question in order to withstand that kind of gravitational pressure.
エキゾチック物質を注入してワームホールを安定させれば瞬間移動は可能になります。でもタイムトラベルをするにはそこからもう一手間必要。ここでは仮にワームホールの入り口側の穴がこの秋葉原に、出口側にある穴が LA にあるとしましょう。まず LA にある穴を光に近い速さで宇宙の果てまで飛ばしちゃってください。そして果てまで行ったらすぐに LA に引っ張り戻す。
How?
相対性理論により光の速さで動くと時間は遅く流れる。 LA に戻ってきた穴は秋葉原にある穴よりも過去にあるということになります。というわけでその状態で法王院さんがワームホールに飛び込んだら数年前の LA に行けるでしょう。でもこの時点ではまだタイムトラベルをしたことにはなりません。疑似的なタイムトラベルです。いわゆる浦島効果ね。
Urashima effect. I don't think I've heard of this one before. What's this? In special relativity, a phenomenon originating from the fact that time slows down as an object approaches the speed of light. For example, imagine that an astronaut travels to a nearby star and back at close to the speed of light. This trip might take a few years from the astronaut's perspective, but he would return to Earth to find that thousands of years had passed in his absence. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. The Urashima effect. This is exactly what I was saying earlier. When I was talking about, when we were talking about the expanding universe theory and how distance would be affected by it if you're traveling to far enough places in the galaxy. Well, how about that? Guess there was an actual term for it.
重要なのはこの後 LA から秋葉原にもう一度ワームホールを通って戻ること。そうするとその通過時間はゼロなので、法王院さんは数年前の秋葉原に戻ってくるわけです。これでタイムトラベルは完了。
But wait a minute. But if the universe is constantly expanding, then wouldn't the distance of the wormholes in question need to expand along with it? And wouldn't it constantly expanding its length and thus its mass, and end up introducing a constant effect of instability to the wormhole itself? Kind of like a fist gradually tightening in on itself because it's becoming more and more narrower as the wormhole itself is stretching because of that increased distance. So in that case, when the exotic matter that would have to travel back through the wormhole a second time end up having to be made of a stronger matter in question in order to survive the return. No, it wouldn't work that way, because what she was saying what just now was that the actual effect of traveling through the wormhole would be instantaneous, would be practically instantaneous. So I think as long as you have exotic matter that can actually withstand the gravitational pull or gravitational forces within the wormhole, even if it's constantly expanding and thus the gravitational forces in question keep evolving as it expands, as long as the matter itself can withstand that kind of gravitational pressure, then you would not be able to perceive the difference in the actual distance traveled, right? So the only thing you would really need to worry about at that point is making sure that you have some kind of vehicle that can withstand the immense gravity, even if it changes, if the wormhole constantly expands because of distance required. I don't know if I'm understanding this right. I'm still trying to make sense of it, but I think that might be essentially the gist of it. Don't starve, making literal wormholes is still the funniest thing ever. Didn't know even enough English yet to understand the joke when I started playing it. Don't starve. That sounds familiar. It isn't time travel because you can only go back when the experiment started. Or rather, type of time travel you want. Yeah, okay. Moving on.
ワームホール理論に必要なものは宇宙紐より楽ですよ。その1、ワームホールそのもの。この宇宙のどこかにもしかしたらあるかもしれません。見つけた人はまだ誰もいませんが。その2、ワームホールの穴を光並みの速さで宇宙の果てまで往復させることのできるエネルギー。その3、エキゾチック物質。ちなみにこれ実在は確認されてません。
So, implementation of either one would require a ridiculous amount of effort. Yeah, that's putting it lightly.
バカらしいと最初に言った理由は分かってもらえましたか？
Yeah, I guess I can kind of see your point, actually.
タイムトラベルの理論はどれも思考実験です。それらの理論からでは実際にタイムマシンを作ることはできないということ。それが私からの回答です。
I wonder about that, especially given the phenomena that we witnessed after sending that message.
もっと簡単なものはないんですか？例えば机の引き出しを開けるだけで使えるものとか。
ないですね。
A firm declaration.
結局現代の物理学じゃそこが限界。10年後にはどうなってるか分かりませんが。それに仮にもっと簡単に過去へ行ける方法が発見されたとしても実際に行けるとは限らない。因果率に関する根本的な問題が解決されていませんから。
Now, there's a term I'm also vaguely familiar with. The principle of causality, a scientific and philosophical principle that states that every event has a cause, and it is by that cause that an effect is produced. In other words, cause and effect. However, quantum physicists have observed microscale phenomena that do not appear to obey the principle of causality. That the theory of relativity is founded upon this principle.
Time paradox. 質量保存の法則?
Oh, now we're getting to the fun stuff. Time paradoxes. Don't Starve is a survival game. It was one of the most popular after Minecraft and Terraria because surviving posed a challenge and world reset if you died. Wait, I think I might have seen it on Steam a couple times, actually. Hold on a minute. This should only take me just a minute to find it. Don't Starve. Yeah, okay, I have seen this before. I need to take a quick bathroom break. I will be right back in just a minute or two. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, there are wormholes in the ground that you can jump into and land where the second is connected, where the second connected worm mouth is. Okay. Glad we got that confirmed, at least. Now, time paradoxes. The mass of the entire universe is constant. If a time machine traveled from the future to the past, there would suddenly be the extra mass of the time machine and its pilot in the past. Yeah, that's true, isn't it? I never thought of it like that before. I remember reading in a book, not a terribly reputable book, but still, that such a violation of mass conservation would put the universe in danger. I thought it involved touching your past self. It didn't say what kind of danger, though.
質量保存の法則を宇宙のようなマクロレベル、あるいは原子や素粒子などのミクロレベルの仕組みに当てはめるのは誤りです。
What? Is that true? Ah, she's laughing at my reaction. That little... God, how mortifying.
あれは化学反応に対する法則でしかないから。現代物理学においては全く成立しない。無から有は生み出せますから。
Wow, that's pretty amazing.
では何が問題となるのかね。
タイムパラドックスはタイムパラドックスでも親殺しのパラドックスの方です。
Hey, Okay, the grandfather paradox. I just mentioned that a few minutes ago. Oh, that thing where you kill your own ancestors before you were born?
そのパラドックスの解が導き出されない限り、タイムトラベルは実現できない。絶対に。
殺さなければいいんじゃないの？
そんな単純な問題じゃありません。SF 映画と同じように考えるのはとても危険です。あなたが消えるだけじゃ済まされない。
Really? Doesn't seem that dangerous.
矛盾が生じることは因果律の崩壊、相対性理論の崩壊、さらにはこの世のすべての物理法則の崩壊を意味するのよ。
Do you mean just like that text message that we sent to Daru earlier? Just that one tiny little text was all it took to have such a drastic effect on the timeline that we're in now. So here's a thought. Now here's a thought. If just a simple text message like that was able to have such a profound effect on the timeline as we understand it now, what would even bigger action than just shooting somebody a text would end up causing? How much of a bigger scale would we be talking about here? If someone, say, I don't know, actually killed somebody in the past, or, huh? Wow. My mind is racing with possibilities here, and none of them too good. Interesting. Wormholes are... okay, well, he said time paradoxes and mass conservation, so mass isn't a paradox. Well, here's the thing, though. Cell phone technology, along with requires some form of electromagnetic particles or something in order to actually send communications over through the airwaves and into various towers and other receiver-like devices in order to transmit those communications in between phones and other similar communication devices, right? So those particles are effectively their own form of mass, even if they're something small like elementary particles and like what she's talking about. So what if the particles that were required to send that text message to Daru end up traveling through time somehow, and those little particles were introduced just enough of a small tiny paradox to have created the timeline that we're in now? We're talking about really small mass here as far as particle goes, but it's mass all the same, right? Wormholes are permissible by physics. After all, stars bend area around them. But so it'd connect two remote areas would require force that turn it into not permissible. I see.
パラドックスは理論上の思考実験に過ぎない。現実に起きることはないし、起きてはいけないことなんです。だから、たとえ 0.00001% でも起きる可能性のあるどんな行動も絶対に実行には移せない。そう考える方が自然じゃないですか?
That's the $1,000,000 question, isn't it? And yet, what if someone or something manages to find that 0.00001% chance that you're talking about? What then? I think energy isn't counted as matter. You can change matter into pure energy of annihilation. Okay, well in that case, then I guess maybe my little... Then I guess that little theory of mine here doesn't hold water then. But yet, we did see that right when we sent that text message, something that did indeed happen. So I do believe that whatever the phenomenon I just witnessed was somehow connected to that message I sent to Daru. Now, I don't think I can explain it though, based on what you just said to me. So if it's not energy that could count, if energy can't count as matter, then I really don't know what I don't know what could have caused it then, other than it's connected to the phone somehow.
"多世界解釈や自己無矛盾の原理っていう抜け道もありますが、個人的にはファンタジーすぎると思うので認めたくないですね。
I grind my teeth. When I see Makise Kurisu looking at me for composed expression, I avert my eyes. Looks like I have no choice but to concede. Makise Kurisu truly is a genius. More than you are, I can tell you that much. I ended up listening to all of Kurisu's lecture at ATF. After the 2 time travel theories she introduced at the beginning, she explained the rest with equal eloquence. Great. I wanted to hear her talk about the direct stuff. Son of a bitch. She seemed a little nervous at first, but that quickly changed as she spoke. By the end, it was an impressive lecture. So impressive that you wouldn't think that it was an 18-year-old's first time. She did well to respond to my malicious questions with sarcasm. She's got guts. Wait, why am I praising her? Leaving that aside, I saw Makise Kurisu dead. And yet she is alive. My memories don't mesh with reality. And not just about Kurisu. My conversations with Daru and Mayuri didn't make sense either. Everything would be solved if I just told myself what I saw was a dream. An illusion. Something that never happened. But never say never. This leaves me with no choice. Ah, what a nice little shrine that we've stumbled across. Time paradoxes are resolved by either 1, time branching, or 2, canceling out the future immediately, or 3, fate mentally not allowing time travel to do meaningful changes. That would imply then that fate has sentience, yeah? And I think that conversation in of itself here is something that would cause quite tizzy in of itself for some people. Yeah, this is a really involved stuff that I normally don't engage with, but I mean, hey, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying learning new things and having some stuff I was already somewhat familiar with expanded upon. But even so, there's just a lot to absorb here for me. I just hope I can keep track of it all as I keep playing. After parting ways with Daru at ATF, I head to Yanabayashi Shrine. I need to get exercised. I thought you didn't believe in spirits. By the way, how long are we going? Well, we started over 4 hours ago. I think I'm gonna play this for a little bit more than my usual 5 hours. I might try to see if I can go to like about roughly 6. Especially considering that I've been doing a lot of back and forth between you guys and doing a lot of speculating, so I know that I'm going at kind of a slow pace here. I can recommend the Zero Escape visual novel series, which is filled with time travel trivia. Funny you should mention that here, because I've actually played 9 Hours, 9 Persons, and 9 Doors and Virtue's Last Reward on my own time several years ago. I still have yet to actually finish the Zero Time Dilemma, though. I only started the beginning portion of that, but then I stopped playing it, and I haven't picked it up since. But yeah, I'm actually familiar with the Zero Escape series. It's one of the very first visual novel series that I've tried after Ace Attorney that got me into the medium, along with Danganronpa. I need to go back and I need to go back at some point and actually finish a Zero Time Dilemma. But yeah, really great series. I love the hell out of 999 and Virtue's Last Reward. So I'm hoping that Zero Time Dilemma will be pretty good too. You know, when I get around to finishing it. I seriously doubt that the Makise Kurisu at ATF was a ghost. That's why you have them on Steam. I actually played them, believe it, on DS and 3DS, actually. I've actually played the original 999 on its original DS release, and then I played Virtue's Last Reward on 3DS. And I have Zero Time Dilemma for the 3DS too, and that's where I started playing it. But again, I'm only in the very beginning portion of that, and I hadn't picked it up since. But I do own the games on Steam, so maybe I'll just, since I own a Steam Deck and all that, I might just consider whipping out my Steam copies of Zero Time Dilemma and maybe just playing that instead. I'm not sure yet. Either that, or I can try to hunt around for my 3DS copy of Zero Time Dilemma and see if I can find it, because I think it's one of those games where my save file is actually stored on the game card itself. I'll have to check. Though I don't know why Steam recommends them to you. They did? Did they recommend them to me? Yeah, I need to go through my discovery queue at some point. Probably do it after this stream. See what new games I can find here. But anyway, I'm not seeing anything on Zero Time Dilemma here, at least right now, when I look at the front page. Got Expedition 33 is on sale. For 10% off. I think I'll wait for a bigger sale on that one. I spy ain't a barbecue party mention. Ain't a barbecue party. What's that? Ain't a barbecue party. Ain't a BB. Oh, this right here? Experience surreal environments and inexplicable characters as Aina in a new wild world. What do we have here? So, surreal, adventure, single player, exploration, first person, psychedelic, walking simulator. Oh boy, what fun. Well, I will say this much. It certainly has a interesting visual aesthetic to it. I'll look at it later. For now... Oh, wait. You mean play next. Danganronpa V3. That's what I meant by Steam recommend. Oh, you mean that feature. That's what you meant. Okay. Let me look at that. Play next. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's based on Steam's own algorithms here, just analyzing what I play from my library and then just making approximations on which games in my library it says I should play next. So I actually am in the middle of playing Danganronpa V3 on the Nintendo Switch, actually. I haven't finished it yet. I'm in, like, what, chapter 5, I think? 4, 5, one of them. I would say more about okay, it was the one that... Yeah, I just completed the chapter in that game here where, let's say, a very ritualistic type murder occurred, and that's all I'll say on that. And I'm currently now in the chapter where I'm exploring probably one of the last few sections of the main setting. I'm not finished with it yet. I've been real slow on actually finishing this for some reason. Don't know why. But, yeah, I am still in the middle of playing this one, too. Oh, don't want to pull up OBS. But, yeah, I do own several of my Steam games on other platforms, too, like Switch, PS4, and other that, and I have played them, or I'm in the process of playing a couple of them on those platforms, but I do have them on Steam in case I ever wanted to play them on there. Yeah, I forgot the first chapter is still free. I can recommend. Oh, you mean for in a BBQ party? And kind of shame we'll never see a DR Let's Play. Oh, wait, you mean Danganronpa for V3? Is that what you mean? Well, I mean, given how late into V3 I am right now, I'm not really sure that would make for the most interesting of streams or Let's Plays for me to do for you guys, because I think I've pretty much already seen most of that game at this point. So a lot of it would be me retreading a lot of ground I'm already still currently covering, you know? So, yeah. I will say this much about V3, though, based on where I currently am. Whatever the underlying the exact nature of the underlying mystery behind that game is, I am intrigued by it, but it does feel like it's kind of retreading ground I've experienced with the first couple of Danganronpa games. Again, I would say more, but I don't want to spoil anything for those of you who might be interested in the Danganronpa series in this chat. But either way, I am curious enough to see where it goes, but part of me can't help but wonder where it's going with its story right now. You kind of miss context if you didn't see promotion material for V3. Well, I am aware that Danganronpa has a shit ton of outside the visual novel extra media that I still need to go through in order to get context for certain events, because it's just one of those series that requires you to invest in a goddamn franchise of multimedia stuff in order to get a firm understanding of everything. Not friendly to your wallet, but I mean, you know, it's not the worst problem to have, I suppose. Corpse Party kind of did the same thing. But, yeah. I've been mainly just, every once in a blue moon, just checking back in with, like, fan translation projects for certain Danganronpa media once in a blue moon to see if any progress on them gets made. And then just archiving them for later reading, later viewing, later whatever. But there's still a fair number of media that isn't being translated or can't be translated right now. So I know there's just going to be some context I'm just going to be missing for probably a good while yet. So it's just an unfortunate thing when it comes to this series. I've come to accept is that it's just going to be one of those things to where it's just going to be a time-consuming process for me to get to fully experience no matter what. Although, thinking about it now, I have been seeing a few people that I'm subscribed to on my personal channel. They have recently covered a few fan games of Danganronpa that look kind of interesting that I think I might check out. So unless a lot of you guys are fine with me checking out fan games of Danganronpa, I might consider doing that and something like that in the future. Otherwise, I'll just check them out on my own time. Either way, they are something I am definitely interested in for sure. Especially given that some of them look like they actually do have some pretty decent production value put into them. I like DRV3 except for the ending. I'll refrain from spoilers. That is one thing I unfortunately am aware of. I don't know the exact details behind the ending of V3 itself, because I've been trying my absolute damnedest to avoid spoiler details. All I know is that V3 has a very divisive ending. I don't know why, I just know that it does. And now that I'm getting closer to the end game of V3, you know, whenever I bother to pick it up and resume playing, I can't help but be curious as to what exactly I'm going to be in for that's thrown the Danganronpa fandom is such a freaking titsy over it, you know? And maybe I'll understand it when I eventually get around to it, or maybe I'll end up being confused. I have no idea. Anyway, I think I should continue. Going on tangents yet again. Okay, by promo material, I mean trailers for the game before release, because the game itself doesn't hammer that point in English enough, and it's only mentioned in reviews. Oh, so there's some stuff that's lost in translation, huh? That could be another factor, then, that could explain V3's mixed reception, I suppose. Again, I don't know for sure. I'm just speculating. But, yeah. I'll find out what V3's deal is soon enough, I suppose. Regardless, it's natural to seek an exorcism after such an experience. I'm Japanese. It's in our blood. Yanabayashi Shrine is located on the other side of Kanada River. To find it, enter the first side road after crossing Manseibashi Bridge. Then, when you reach a gate, go through it, and it'll be right along the river. It's a very small shrine that doesn't fit with the surrounding multi-tenant buildings. Have I gotten anything new in here? Okay, so it looks like Mayuri hasn't yet to reply to my text. Kanada Myojin is the more famous shrine in Akiba, but I deliberately chose this one. The shrine is so small, you could easily miss it if you weren't looking. Regardless, I can hear the chirping of cicadas from the few trees growing here. I spot a Maiko outfit! Riku! Maiko outfit! At 1 o'clock! There are two people standing in front of the main building. One of them is Mayuri. Well, aren't you a cutie? You know who she kind of reminds me of right now, design-wise? She reminds me of Lele from The Coffin of Andy and Lele. Like, am I the only one who's seen a bit of resemblance here? Pinkish purple eyes, black hair, pale skin. Granted, her hair is shorter though, but still. I wonder when they'll finish that game. The other is a docile-looking beauty in the traditional Maiko attire. Oh, and for the record, for those of you who don't know, who are tuning in, I'm not going to talk about this long here. I do have my own copy of The Coffin of Andy and Lele in my Steam library here, and I have played the demo for it, which is apparently the entire first chapter of the game, but nothing past that. It looks like something that would be really fun for me to stream one day. So I went ahead and bought the game some time ago, and right now I'm waiting for it to finish being made in its entirety before I try to stream it. Because I want to try to see if I can stream the game in essentially one go. Maybe not in the literal sense of one single stream, but like I can just go through the game in however many streams I need to go through, and then just get it done like maybe 2 or 3 parts or however long it ends up being. Just make a series out of it essentially. Yeah, it seems like something that would be really damn fun to cover on stream, based on what I've experienced with the first chapter. I can see why it has the reputation it has, and honestly, it looks like the sort of thing I would really enjoy. So, those of you who are familiar with that game, you can definitely look forward to that someday in the future, for sure. The other is a docile-looking beauty in the traditional Maiko attire, and here we even have a tip for it. Maiko! Shrine maidens / priestesses in the Shinto religion. Maiko typically dressed in a white kimono with a red hakama, or skirt, excuse me. Their role is to assist priests with performing rituals and events. From Danganronpa devs, I can suggest World's End Club, Master Detective Archives, Raincode, and the 100-line Last Defense Academy, though I do have criticisms. Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, I'll admit here, as a fan of the Danganronpa series, it certainly does have its issues from writing standpoints from time to time. Although I will maintain that Danganronpa 1 and 2 are for sure the best entries in the series based on everything I've experienced of it thus far. The first game in particular, back before it became that, I will maintain that back before Danganronpa became a franchise, with the second game and onward, and Danganronpa 0, that little light novel prequel thing, the first game was very, very solidly constructed from start to finish. It had a very well put together story, which if you took in isolation is just really well done. Now, what later entries do to complicate the lore of the story and everything onward here, I mean, that's a matter of debate and personal opinion. But I mean, I will still say that if there's one or maybe 2 entries in particular that I can say here for sure are definitely worth checking out, it's the first 2 games for sure. I know Ultra Despair Girls has a bit of a mixed reception, and well, needless to say, so do a lot of the expanded material outside of the games, from what I know, and I am aware that V3 has a very controversial ending. But first and second game, easily some of my all-time favorite visual novels. The first one in particular, still to this day. And so, in short, V3 was promoted as a story not related to Hope's Peak, and people basically come to the game with reboot in mind. Yeah, it was meant to start a whole new story arc, but ever since the creator left, why am I forgetting the name of the studio that owns these franchises? Left the studio that owns the Danganronpa IP. It doesn't look like we're going to get a proper continuation of this new arc anytime soon, if ever. So, as things currently stand now, based on what I see, save for the exception of that Summer Vacation little spin-off gacha game, the series is effectively in limbo / dead right now. And, well, that kind of saddens me a bit. If you want more visual novel recommendations, Ever 17, the Out of Infinity remake has been published recently. It's one of the first non-erotic novels, and main narrative-driven VN are inspired by it. I did see it on Steam, but it looks like it's got some serious translation and technical issues going by what I saw in Steam reviews. So I'm kind of putting that title on hold for now until maybe some fan modders or somebody can come around and maybe fix it and try to fix it. Explain why truth lies is a theme, and even Monokuma doesn't care about hope versus despair. Coffin of Andy and Lele is pretty good despite the reputation on it based on out-of-context endings and some behavior was not contextualized in later chapters. Yeah, it's just Twitter. It's just typical Twitter people behavior. Typical Twitter and Reddit people behavior. They like to do that a lot with a lot of things. Just take scenes from various media out of context and everything, and then just try to paint it in the worst light possible. It's really annoying, but but I mean, if you've been around on social media and as long as I have here, you learn to navigate that crap and just develop the habit of just investigating the proper context of things for yourself, and then just seeing whether it actually matches up with reality. It may be a pain in the ass to constantly have to investigate a lot of these things from time to time here, but you're better off for it in the long run. And in the case of games like in the case of certain games and all that, I would say it's a good thing, because you might end up depriving yourself of some genuine gems in the long run if you just simply take what random strangers online that are critical of games like the Coffin Andy and Lele say about it at face value and then just ignore it. Granted, this is coming from a guy who I just said played the entirety of the first chapter via the demo, so I mean, I can't really say for sure how good the rest of the game is or will end up being, but if the first chapter is anything to go by, I have a feeling it's definitely going to be a very fun and interesting adventure, at least for me personally. So that's why I'm not really inclined to listen to what a lot of the Twitter-like people and all that have to say about the game, because they're the modern day moral puritanicals, okay? They like to bitch about everything that just pisses off, that just remotely tickles their sensibilities, and then just make a big stink about it. I don't take those people seriously in the slightest, nor should you. People come to it with a reboot mind when it was releasing. Now it's lost to time for new players. Yeah, Danganronpa V3, you mean? Reminds me of Five Nights at Freddy's, which had a simple initial premise, but has been soft rebooted at least 3 times. Yeah, yeah. If you told me all the way back in the day that Five Nights at Freddy's, back when it first came out, would end up launching into the massive multimedia franchise that it has ended up turning into, I would have laughed my ass off at you. And yet, this is the timeline we're living in. If anything, give the game more popularity, though, even if it gave it negative light. Yeah, that's called the Streisand effect. And boy, howdy did the Coffin Andy and Lele benefit from it. Although, that being said, the scaring the dev into effectively going into hiding and working on the thing off screen from the rest of social media was definitely not a good look for these people, if you ask me. Very uncool thing to do. But I'm hoping that the dev is okay, and that she's doing all right, and she hasn't lost her passion for making the game. Because I do think here, based on what little I've seen here, she's making something here that's resonating with a lot of people, regardless of what the outrage mobs would like to have you believe. So she should keep that in the back of her mind, the developer of the game, I mean, and just try not to lose her passion for what she's doing here. Because I'll tell you one thing, you certainly wouldn't be you'll certainly never see games like the Coffin Andy and Lele ever being made in the AAA space. That's for Tim, sure. Alright. And here I was hoping to make this a relatively small tangent about the Coffin Andy and Lele, and look what ended up happening again. I'm sure some of you guys must be getting frustrated as hell with me right about now, and frankly, I do not blame you. I'd probably be getting a little pissed at me too now if I were watching myself. The other side is the other is a docile-looking beauty in traditional Maiko attire. Urushibara Luka. Now there's a name. A stunning example of feminine charm and grace. Lips delicate like cherry blossoms in bloom. The essence of Japanese beauty. The chief priest's son. That's right. What? Wait, that's a guy?! Lovely in every way. But he's a guy. Chat! I fell for Steingate's trap card! I'm trapped!
岡部さん、こんにちは。
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Even sounds like a chick, too. Come on. He bows his head. The voice of a girl. The mannerisms of a girl. More feminine than any girl I know. Yeah, very well played trap card. I compliment you, game, but I also hate you for it in equal measure. How dare you? But he's a guy. Yeah, you don't have to zoom in on his face to help drive in the point home. I'm already feeling enough humiliation as it is, okay? Taller than Mayuri, yet oh so slender. Say, Rintaro, given how much of focus that you're putting on him, are you into traps? Are ya? But he's a guy. Looks stunning in micro robes. But he's a guy. Holding a bamboo broom. Apparently in the middle of cleaning. But he's a guy! It's almost evening, yet still hot as hell outside. But he's a guy. Come on, man, you're not even talking about him anymore. We're talking about the weather. Damn, he really is taken with him, isn't he? Damn, cicadas won't shut up. But he's a guy.
ルカ子、お前、俺が与えた刀はどうした？
Fuck me, I need a drink. Fuck, I almost laughed while I had a drink in my mouth. Could have choked. Okay, I'm alright. Same. I remember when Five Nights at Freddy's was still new. Still remember how the author made Five Nights at Freddy's world only for it to be a full game. Yeah, exactly. I can also recommend checking non-RPG RPG Maker games. Eve. I've actually played that one on the channel before, believe it or not. You can probably find it in my channel's playlist section if you look back far enough. That game did get a re-release on Steam recently. Kind of an updated re-release. They've upgraded the graphics and presentation a little bit. I haven't played that version yet, but I have played the original before. To completion. Witch's House is also on my bucket list of games to check out, probably on the channel. Yumi Nikki and Mad Father. I've also covered the original version of Mad Father on the channel before as well. Before it too got its own updated re-release, its most recent one anyway. You should be able to find a playlist for that too on my channel if you want to see it. He's a friend of mine. I call him Lukaku. We met when I rescued him from some aggressive photographers in Akiba's pedestrian heaven. Ah, tourist, eh? Pedestrian heaven, Hokoten. Some neighborhoods of Tokyo, such as Akihabara, close major streets on busy shopping days. This effectively turns the streets into one big sidewalk, facilitating pedestrian access. Sounds like a pain in the ass. It also happens that Lukaku and Mayuri are classmates. I learned that fact after I had gotten to know him. Lukaku is taken aback by my sharp question. Please don't blush at me. He starts fidgeting, a flushed expression on his face and tears in his eyes.
妖刀さみだれのことですよね。
そうだ。あれはお前の力を制御するために買ってやったのだぞ。
秋葉の武器屋本舗で買ったやつでしょ。980円だっけ。
Blade Works. What do we have here? Tip, 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 tip. Fictional. One of several stores in Akihabara that sell replica weapons. Items include Japanese Sengoku period swords, European Middle Age swords, and even suits of armor. Wait. This sounds an awful lot like that one shop that we visited briefly in Chaos had Noah as Takumi. When he was trying to find a D sword in a store. Is that the same shop, I wonder? Or maybe it's a different one.
マユリ、それ以上言うと奴らに消されるぞ。この件については口を出すな。
消されちゃうの？おかり、心配してくれてありがとう。でも奴らって誰かな？
You know, they! I ignore Mayuri's question.
それでルカ子よ。妖刀さみだれはちゃんと使っているのか？
はい、1日1回は素振りを。
あれを持ち、精神残まりを極めさえすれば、お前は己の内にある邪悪な炎に焼かれずに済む。
The demon sword Samadare may be an imitation sword, but as the only form it takes to hide from the world. When one worthy to wield it appears, it unleashes its true power. And it was on sale for only 980 yen, tax included.
あんな素敵なものをプレゼントしてもらえて、岡部さんには感謝しています。
This guy is a walking WMD. Actually, no, PMD. Person of mass destruction. You could send him into a crowd, and he would act as a very damn good distraction, or a psychological or a weapon of psychological warfare once they find out that he's a trap. Think of all the chaos that he could cause if you utilize him in just the right location, in the right event, and the right circumstances. I'll tell you one thing, it could be delicious.
俺は岡部ではない。
おかりんだよ。ごめんなさい、京馬さん。
分かればいいのだ。では合言葉を。
エルブサイコンガリウ？
Oh, this was what some of you in chat were saying earlier. I get it now! Oh, you sons of bitches. You were waiting for me. You were waiting for this, weren't you? You were waiting for me to get to this moment. And once it happened, you all start giggling to yourselves like a bunch of rowdy schoolgirls. I hope you are happy with yourselves. I hope that my reaction amused all of you.
違う、コンガ流ではなくコングルーだ。
はい。
I still maintain that we do need kangaroos, though.
エルサイカングルこれでいいですか？
This isn't your average everyday trap. This is advanced trap. He's dangerous. Dukako smiles happily as I nod.
ありがとうございます。
Such a lovely smile. Yeah, stop reminding me. Fuck you! But he's a guy.
美しい師弟関係だね。へへへ。マユシーは不女子じゃないけど、ちょっとドキドキしてきちゃうよ。
Oh man, whoever's writing this, they know exactly what they're doing, and they're milking it. They are milking it. Fujoshi, a term for female otaku with particular interest in yaoi, or works of fiction that depict homosexual relationships between men. Does not apply to female otaku as a whole. So how much of a percentage are we talking about here, just out of interest? I'm sure if we could get an accurate number for that, the statistic could be quite enlightening. I need to take another drink. Note that trap outside of anime community nowadays is generally considered a slur since it makes an impression cross-dressing as predatory. I'm not using it as a slur though. It's just anime slang, you know. I mean, if somebody wants to take my usage of it as some kind of slur and take offense to it, well, that's on them. But I mean, I'm not intending to give offense here. I'm just, again, using anime terminology. Sounds like a logical solution how much space streets take from people in big towns. And, okay. Yeah, I do agree. It's a good thing that we aren't outside an anime community here then, because I'll tell you one thing. Well, then again, there are a number of newcomers in the anime community that are kind of making a lot of old spaces that I used to frequent a lot less fun to deal with. Because they're the moral purity Twitter types that I was mentioning earlier. And turns out a lot of them do not like anything involving fan service or anything involving attractive characters, especially if they're female. Muscular dudes in skimpy clothes is fine though for some reason. Think the Fujoshis. Like what they just mentioned here. But I'm not gonna get into that right now. I mean, if you know, you know. I mean, Okabe said it earlier in the game, unless you mean the animal part. I mean, LFA, yeah, the phrase. That's what I was referring to. That's what I was referring to, yeah. But I still also maintain that we need kangaroos in this. Because kangaroos. What other reason could you possibly have could you possibly need besides that?
まゆりちゃん、変な想像しないで。
Jeez. Though we do have a master-disciple relationship. Oh, do you now? Care to elaborate? I, Hoin Kyoma, have gone to great lengths to brainwash... Yeah, that tells me everything I need to know. Got it. I mean, teach Lukaku about the evil conspiracies that rule the world, and how to resist them. Then he said it in the intro. Wait, did he? Maybe I just forgot that part. That stuff about Demon Sword Samidari is part of that training. Looks aside, Lukaku is very obedient and hardworking. Plus, he's always eager to learn new things. A master couldn't ask for a better disciple. How many rock fanfictions have people made of this guy, I wonder? I dread to imagine. Though he does have the weakness of not catching on too quickly and being too shy.
それでなぜマユリはここにいる？
ルカ君に会いに来たんだよ。来月のコミマでライネットのキラリちゃんコスをしてほしいってずっと頼んでるのにちっとも OK してくれないんだよ。
Ah, I see. A cosplaying event. Gotcha. So, I think we got 2 tips here? Yeah, we do. Kiara-chan, fictional, the heroine of Rainet Kakeru. Her full name is Nishimura Kirari. This name's not ringing any bells for me. I don't know what they could be referencing here. Kirari-chan is a smart, athletic girl in the 5th grade. She is passionate about fashion and hates mushrooms. Must not be a fan of Mario. She is also cute and has a good personality, making her basically the perfect girl. And Komima, short for Comic Giga Market, a massive otaku event held twice a year at Tokyo Big Sight. Alright, you got my interest. Every Komima, thousands of artists gathered to sell their creations, which range from erotic manga based on popular anime to original figures, music, and games. Ah, so they sell erotic doujin there, eh? The next Komima, the Summer of Komima, will be held on August 15th for a period of 3 days. Wait a minute. August 15th? It's July 28th. Oh, it's only a few weeks away. We should go! Yes, when Kurisu gets annoyed and takes the phone from him, if I remember correctly, so it'll be 17 days, 18. But yeah, we should go. I want to check out the doujin.
だってコスプレするなんて僕恥ずかしいよ。
Cosplaying's too embarrassing for you, but the Maiko outfit isn't a bridge too far. You are truly a fascinating specimen, to be sure.
でもルカ君は絶対似合うと思うんだ。こんな可愛い子が女の子のはずがないって大人気になるよ。ねえ、しようよ、コスプレ
Please tell me this isn't referencing what I think it's referencing. It probably is. Who am I kidding? And honestly, given some of the subject matter I've covered on this channel before, incest is probably one of the tamer things that I could talk about, all things considered. Someone this cute can't be a girl. It is an unwritten rule to use this phrase whenever you see someone who looks like a cute girl but is either of unspecified gender or actually a boy. I thought they were talking about my little sister can't possibly be this cute. Never mind, I got the reference totally wrong. This expression is also used sarcastically with boyish-looking girls. Well, I mean, it's not wrong in the context of this fine gentleman here. Cute, and definitely not a girl. Mayuri's hobby is making costumes. She's made at least 30 so far, but it's rare for her to wear one herself. Instead, she seems to get her kicks from seeing other people wear them. And it looks like she's chosen Lukaku as her next target. Well, I mean, if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, then despite what the exposition has been selling me for the past 5 minutes or so, it must be a duck. And last I checked, she is the one person that's in charge of cosplaying for women in your little group, yeah. And she's looking at him like he's indeed a duck. So, I mean, what can you do? Am I right? Better start quacking. I mean, cosplaying. Naturally, the costume Mayuri is currently raving about is for a female character. Normally, I would understand why a man wouldn't want to dress like a girl. You mean you wouldn't want a goose to dress like a duck, in this case. But come on. Lukaku has no problem wearing micro-robes. Why should cosplay be any different? Yeah, Komima is likely Komiket, where most indie publishers gather. Toho Project and Higurashi Media is generally published there first. Yeah, okay, that name does ring a bell. I think I've heard it before. Speaking of Toho Project, that's another series I still need to get into, formally speaking. I think a few of the games are on Steam, the original bullet hell shooters, but I need an English patch in order to get the most out of them. Might be another thing for me to possibly check out on the channel in the future. The Embodiment of Scarlet Devil, I think, is the first game. I feel Okabe's relationship with Luca is kind of exploitative, since he's buying into nonsense about realizing his Chuny talk, but there's more to it. Well, I mean, that's clearly what's going on here. I mean, Rintaro basically just admits it in his internal dialogue. I remember hearing this phrase a lot years ago. What, the duck phrase? If it walks like a duck? That phrase? What I was just saying? But whatever. I have business to take care of.
そんなくだらないことは後でやるんだな。
マユシーにとっては大事なことだもん。
俺にとってはくだらないことなのだ。それよりルカ子よ。俺がこの神社を訪ねたのは他でもない。お祓いを頼みたいのだが、やってもらえないだろうか。
Oh, someone this cute phrase. Well, I guess I must not have. I guess I must not have surrounded myself in the right circles then to have never heard that phrase.
お祓いですか？だったらお父さんに。
He looks even more feminine from a profile angle. Son of a bitch. Again, this guy is a person of mass destruction if you use him right.
Hey,
Reiko Ralph! Welcome to the stream! Fancy seeing you here. Hi, nice to see you play Steins Gate. I'll watch VOD later. Well, I'll warn you in advance here, I go on a lot of tangents all throughout this whole thing. And a lot of speculation, so plot advancement for the VOD for the story is going to be a bit slow. And that's probably underselling it a little, to be honest. But if you don't mind that, then maybe you might get something out of all the banter and conversation I have with everybody too along the way. But if not, then, well, I want to apologize in advance for the slow pace in the story for you, if that's what you're mainly here for. But regardless, I do hope you get some enjoyment out of the VOD later. But either way, it's really great seeing you. That's why I came here instead of Konda Shrine.
というわけで、例のあれを持ってこい。
例のあれと言いますと、サミダレですか？
違う。お祓いに用途は必要ないだろう。お祓いと言ったらあれに決まっている。
Yeah, I need to drink more. I think my throat is getting parched or something. Then again, I've been at this for over 5 hours at this point, so I guess that's to be expected. Early Toho project games aren't as difficult as their reputation makes them out to be, but they still take a lot of effort. But there are endless amounts of licensed fan games in other genres. Yeah, I am aware of that too. Toho is a really massive franchise, and well, I've seen quite a bit of fan art in a few image board places from time to time too. So, yeah, I mean, I know the general gist of the series, what it's about. But holy shit, is it a huge franchise, based on what little I know. Not that I'm complaining, though, because it does seem like something here that I would enjoy getting into. And I do actually own a few random Toho games that are just sitting in my game libraries right now. I just haven't had a chance to sit around and play them, and I've been debating whether or not to just play those first, or if I should try playing one of the actual original bullet hell games first, and then delve into the fan games. So I've been kind of debating how to go about that.
正式な名称はわからんが、棒に白い紙がふさふさとついていて、神主がわさわさと振るやつだ。
Well, I know what he's talking about, but I don't remember what those things are called. My time zone is too different to watch live. For example, it's 8:30 a.m. Well, yeah, that's right. You're in Russia, right? Then, yeah, it would be morning for you then. Well, whenever you get around to watching the VOD, then like I said, I do hope that you enjoy it, even though my actual progression throughout the story has been a bit slow, I will admit. No, wait. What's it? First VOD was good. Well, I'm glad to hear that, for sure. Quite shocked to hear that from Mayuri. Oh, so those are what those things are called. Onusas, okay. A wanda is carried by a Shinto priest, adorned with shidi paper. I'm going to assume it's pronounced shady. Shady paper is used in blessing rituals to ward off evil spirits. Yeah, because the letter I, when pronounced in Japanese in vernacular, I think normally has an A sound. Like you say you're saying the number 2 in Japanese, it would be spelled in English as N-I, but it's pronounced ne. Like each, ne, san, yan, go, rok, shich, hach, shitach, q, ju. Actually, wait, no, the I would be silent in a number of cases. Yeah, I'm just consulting what little information about the Japanese language I can recall from karate class here into this, and incorporating into what I also learned over the years through various Japanese media. And this is one aspect of actual Japanese vernacular, I guess I will admit here I am still not 100% sure on, is the I pronunciations for things like this. Like with shide, or do you pronounce it as she or shay or shy, depending on the context? But anyway, tangent aside, it is used in blessing rituals to ward off evil spirits. Lukaku makes a quick bow, then runs off towards his house, which is on the shrine grounds. Also an Asian time zone, but it's the weekend, so it's fine. Yeah, I keep forgetting that at least a third of you guys who I regularly converse with actually live in a completely different continent from me. So your time zones are all completely different to mine. Meanwhile, Mayuri takes her pocket watch out of her bag to check the time. It's a very old watch. Oh, that's actually kind of fancy. I like it. Not the sort you'd expect a high school girl to carry. Its name is Pockety. You know what? Fine. That's actually a perfectly suitable name for a pocket watch. Obviously, that's the name Mayuri gave it. Not its brand name or anything. Ever since elementary school, Mayuri has carried Pockety with her everywhere. It's her most important treasure.
じゃあマユシーはこれからバイトだからもう行くね。
そうか、頑張ってこい。バイトが終わったら直接帰るのか？
Mayuri lives in Ikebukuro. She comes to Akiba by train just about every day. It should be obvious since we're childhood friends and all, but I live in Ikebukuro too. Though I've been staying at the lab since summer break began.
というわけでまた明日ね。
Don't trip over rocks, please. I call after Mayuri to stop her before she trots off.
マユリ、お前はあの時ラジカンで男の悲鳴を聞いたよな。
悲鳴？
Mayuri blinks several times and puts her finger to her temple as if in thought. Then she gives her usual smile. U is usually silent, never heard I being pronounced as A. Ah, okay. Yeah, you'd think, given that I practically grew up on a lot of Japanese media and am now doing Okinawan style martial arts and everything, you'd think I would have a firmer grasp on little things like this, but guess not. Oh well, better late than never, right? I have Elsai Kongru shirt, mug with Okabe and Kurisu, and Mayuri's Tuturu as ringtone on phone, so I'm a fan. Well, I mean, hey! Yeah, I believe you. That you're a fan, I mean, with credentials like that.
いつのこと？
今日の昼だ。
聞いてないかな。
そうか。わかった。だったらいい。
変なおかり。じゃあね、トゥットゥルー。
You know what? I may be a weirdo, but so are you. And you know the saying, birds of a feather flock together. I blame the trap that was just introduced to me. He broke my brain. Mayuri leaves, this time for good. Though she pauses to wave at least a half dozen times before disappearing beyond the archway. And I'll get his name memorized eventually. Again, I'm sure a lot of you guys know by now I'm bad with names, so it's just gonna take a little bit of repetition for me to get everybody's names straight.
岡部さん、お待たせしました。
Does it have buff kangaroo on it? Oh, wait, I don't know if... Wait, are you asking me that, or are you asking Reiko? And buff kangaroo on what, if you're asking me? Lukako returns shortly after Mayuri leaves. Wait, did she ever reply to my text? Mayuri? She still hasn't. Interesting. I wonder why she... Either she... Well, then again, given her personality, I guess I can believe that she's just absent-minded enough to have not checked her phone. So, I guess I shouldn't look... I guess it's not that weird. She hasn't looked into it yet, I think. Maybe. If I can trust her personality at face value. Don't give me a reason to be paranoid, Mayuri. Okabe, you were already told you didn't even go to Radican as far as others are aware since it was closed. Take a hint. Reiko on shirt. Ah, okay. Well, you damn well should have a buff kangaroo. There can never be enough buff kangaroos in the world, if you ask me. In his hands is the white ziggy-zaggy thing I asked for. Oh yeah, the, what do you call it again? No, it's down here somewhere. Where is it? Where is it? Where are you? Onusa. There it is. There it is. The Onusa.
借りることができました。よかったです。
Alright. I might as well just go ahead and ask. Is your dad hot, too? Or did you get your looks only from your mother's side?
あれ？まゆりちゃんは帰ったんですか？
まゆりはどうでもいいから、今すぐお祓いを始めるのだ、ルカ子よ。
はい。僕でいいんでしょうか？そもそも何に対するお祓いを？
Lukaku is flustered. Is he really up to this? I'm beginning to doubt. I should have known better. The instant doubt touches my heart, a terrible chill shoots up my spine.
俺に取り付いた悪霊が。
I have a feeling he's manipulating you right now as we speak. I grab my violently shaking wrist.
静まれ、悪霊よ。急げ、ルカ子。このままでは俺は乗っ取られる。
Wait, foul spirit. So is it a bird? Is it a bird spirit? You know, like foul?
そんな、岡部さん、しっかりしてください。
俺は岡部さんではない。
すいません、京馬さん。でも僕、どうしたら？
お祓いを急げ。この前教えた通りにやればいい。
I hate this because I'm trying to drink and I'm also trying not to choke at the same time from laughing. This game is trying to kill me. With a serious look on his face, Lukaku grasps the Onusa with both hands as if it were a sword. His stance is impressive. I taught him well. His face is red, and he can barely talk. It looks like he wants to say something, but is hesitating. Oh no, not the steel evil hand! What next? A magic eye? Here's an idea. Why don't we have a magic foot? As in a foot that's gonna kick your butt. That'd be original. Why haven't I seen an anime or a manga get promoted that has an evil magic foot yet? I mean, I've already seen one where we had a freaking sentient fighting rooster. Even though I know jack shit about that one. We got something like that I've seen recently. Why don't we have one about magic, about an evil foot? The devil has an evil left hand, right? So why don't we have an evil left foot? Panicking because he feels awkward. Amateur.
俺はお前を殺したくない。
Oh please, as if you'd be able to kill him even with an evil spirit possessing you. Somehow I think Luca's got more muscle mass on his bones than you do in yours. Looks like he's really worried. Reason tells me he's a guy, but his lovely appearance makes me feel guilty. Like I made a frail girl cry. But despite the tears welling up in his eyes, it looks like Lukaku's managed to work up his resolve. He raises the Unusa up high, shaking it left and right. I got a better idea. Rather than strike his arm with an Unusan, I could hand you one of my bow staffs made out of rattan, and you can hit his arm with that instead. I guarantee you it'll do a much better job exorcising the evil spirit out of his arm than your Unusan ever could hope to. Trust me. Dip the Unusa touches my upper arm. In an anime, this would be the cue for some dramatic shockwave to occur, but nothing like that happens. The only sound is the chirping of cicadas. Rooster Fighter is pretty cool. Okay, yeah, that's what it was. I guess that's a name I should have been able to remember, given how simple it is. But yeah, that's another thing I need to check out at some point. You can get a power foot of sort if you become a common rider. I'll have to keep that in mind then. Common rider. Have magic feet. I take a deep breath. The trembling in my arm has stopped. Lukaku sighs in relief and blushes. At least somebody's getting helped here. His shy smile really does make him look like a girl. But he's a guy, right? Oh, and here I was thinking you were going to do one last little zoom in on his pretty little face and reminded me that he has a schlong. Although, to be honest, I'm kind of glad you don't, because I've already had my nose rubbed in it enough as it is, okay? I admit it. I fell for the trap. I fell for it pretty hard. You don't need to keep rubbing my nose in it like a dog getting its nose rubbed in its own shit, okay? After I get back to the lab, I take the broken TV down to the Brawn Tube workshop for repairs. Okay, I think I'm gonna go on for about maybe another 20 to 30 minutes, and then we'll bring this to a stop. So I'm going to assume then that this scene that we're in right now here won't go for any longer than that. So gonna see what we can get done here in that time frame, and then we're gonna bring this to a close. So we're almost at the finish line, everybody. After I get, oh yeah, I just read this. Dario and Mayuri have already gone home, so I have to carry the TV down the narrow staircase by myself. It's brutal, back-breaking work, but I manage. You should have brought Luca with you. I'm sure he could do it. You wimp. I push the workshop door open to my hips and head inside. Now this reminds me an awful lot of, I'm sorry, but that TV on the very right there, on the very right-hand side of the screen, that says Panaponis on the name, that little VHS CRT TV thing right there. For a second, when I read that, I thought it said Panapenis. But no, it was just a panis, not a penis. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, right. Yeah, this reminds me much more of Takemi's little storage container. And if I look closely enough at that shelf on the right, it could almost look like the outline of his bed. Actually, wait, wasn't his bed on the left side of the container when you enter? Oh, whatever. Looks close enough to me. Kamen Rider is a superhero show by the same company that produces Super Sentai, imported as Power Rangers. Power Rangers I definitely watched as a kid. It was something. The heroes have signature attack of obliterating weakly monsters into oblivion with a kick. Hey, I'll count it. As having magic feet, I mean. But actually, funny you should mention that, because I actually have the original Kamen Rider manga series on my bookshelf right here. You know what? Let me grab it real quick. Hold on. Okay, what I have here is a hardcover 50th anniversary edition of Kamen Rider, a classic manga by Shotaro Ishinomori. The original run of the legendary Kamen Rider manga, now in English as a special 50th anniversary omnibus. Fans the world over have long been enthralled by tales of Kamen Rider, the masked motorcycle-riding superhero who protects the world from injustice. Kidnapped and experimented on upon the evil terrorist organization known as Shocker, Hongo Takeshi manages to escape their clutches and uses newfound strength to fight against their schemes. These are the first adventures in a legacy that spans dozens of television series and films, drawn and written by series creator manga superstar Shotaro Ishinomori. Commemorating the 50th anniversary of the 1971 publication, this collection is the first hardcover edition of Kamen Rider in English. It features the original Kamen Rider manga series plus special bonus material and full-color inserts. Yeah, this was something I saw at a bookstore and one day about almost a year ago now, and I decided to go ahead and purchase it because it was one of those series that I've always been kind of curious about. But it's just been sitting on my shelf because I still haven't had the time to actually sit down and read it yet. But I do have it. I have it on my shelf, so one of these days, if I can kick my own ass into doing so, I'm gonna try to sit down and start reading it. But yeah, it is something that seems kind of right up my alley as far as Sentai-esque shows go. Even though I don't really mess around with too many of those. That was something I was more into as a kid, but as an adult, not so much. But I will give Kamen Rider a shot because I have heard it's actually pretty good. I think if he looks back right when you enter. Oh, you mean on the kind of penis thing? No, the television. Oh, yeah, Takemi's room, that's right, okay. For a second, I wasn't sure what you were referring to, but yeah, I think it was... right when you enter, you think of Takemi's room because you see you would see his computer monitor right smack in the center of his storage container right when you enter, and then you just see a bunch of random junk all around it. And that by itself just seemed like it was enough to get me to think, hey, am I entering Takemi's little container? But, you know, no. Because if it was, then I'd see a bunch of anime figurines lined up all over the place, and along with a shit ton of food garbage everywhere. So, yeah. I push the workshop door open to my hips and head inside. Look at you, using the hips that don't lie. Unlike Luca's hips, which definitely lied to me! The room is dimly lit by the setting sun, but the gloom is offset by the glare from the gigantic CRT in the center of the room. A 42-inch CRT television. Holy mother of God, that is a big CRT. Holy shit! I don't think I've ever owned a CRT television in my life, even as a child, that was more than a 32-incher or something at the most, even for my living room. A 42-inch? Like, can you imagine just lifting that thing from place to place? It doesn't seem like you could get in modern. It doesn't seem like something you could get in modern Japan. With LCD TVs becoming the new standard, I seriously doubt anyone would want a bulky old CRT. You'd be surprised how many an old arcade game enthusiast and retro game enthusiast loves their CRTs, and I get why. Cause here's a fun little trivia fact for some of you guys here. I forget the exact specifics behind how it works and some of the terminologies that are used, but in a nutshell, how CRT televisions work is they basically scan lines of an image using a bunch of little miniature lights scattered throughout the screen, and the image scans through lines from down to up on the television screen, and it basically just shoots those lines of light at you at such a speed to where you are presented with an image on a screen here, like you say, for example, you're looking at whatever you're seeing on stream right now. That is essentially how CRT would project its image onto you, rather than however an LCD screen or an OLED screen would end up displaying a similar image to you. Anyway, light gun games that use IR sensors in order to function rely on something in the CRT display and the CRT displays in order to actually function properly. And without that technology, which the IR sensors within the gun cons and the like could use, the light guns can't function properly without them. Which is why whenever you're trying to play an old light gun arcade game on, say, an emulator or something, you need to either use a mouse as a substitute for a light gun, or you have to get something like, say, a Stindon light gun that uses its own little technological workaround to try to create a similar effect to what you would get if you used a CRT with an old-fashioned light gun, like what old arcade cabinets or even old home televisions back in the day used to have back then. On top of that, because of how CRT televisions also displayed its image, there was no input lag to speak of whenever you're playing any kind of games, which is very useful to have if you're playing a fighting game or any other kind of game where very quick reflexes are a must in order to play said game effectively. Because LCD monitors and OLEDs and other such modern displays do have input lag to them, which can make playing a lot of those older games a bit trickier in a more effective way. So you have to find workarounds in order to get around those input lags as much as you can. And depending on what you decide to do, it could be a potentially expensive set of workarounds that you have to invest in. But with CRTs, as long as you got something that works and you got hardware that can hook up to it, you can enjoy not having any input lag to speak of. So you can enjoy those old-fashioned arcade or retro games with no input lag as God intended. But because CRTs have been effectively extinct from manufacturing for decades now, good luck finding one that's in good condition that won't cost you a liver and a leg, is all I'll say. I'm passionate about some of this stuff, can you tell? For scenes, another reason why I prefer VODs is that I always download videos and watching them offline on street while I'm on my way to work or just on a walk. Well, hey, feel free to download or pirate any of my videos. I don't give a shit. Enjoy them how you want. But for scenes with lewd CGs, I had to find an app that can cover part of the screen so that others don't see. Oh my god. Daring one, aren't you? Yeah, I don't know what your local obscenity laws are like in your part of the world, but don't get in trouble on my behalf to checking out my more adult-oriented Let's Plays, okay? I don't want you to get into legal trouble because of me, alright? I'd feel awful. I truly would. Duck Hunt game flashes a square on screen, and the gun peripheral basically checks if it's pointed to flashing light. Yeah, and it uses and the IR sensor and the CRT technology in a CRT television take advantage of that somehow in order to check. In order to perform that check. Again, I don't remember exactly how it works because it's been a while since I've actually looked into this, but yeah, the topic of CRT televisions in relations to input lag and other types of functionality when it comes to how games were designed, not just from how they played, but even how they're designed in a visual aesthetic, it's a very interesting subject if you're someone like me that likes his retro stuff. Moving on. Again.
Oh.
Olive muscles! Now, I just got one very important question for you, good sir. If you're not using steroids, can you tell me what your diet is like? Because I am working to build muscle, everywhere from head to toe. And if I could get muscles like yours, it would give me an ego boost, the likes of which I have never experienced before, anytime I look into my reflection. And let me tell you, that ego boost would more than make up for every single day I lived my life as a high schooler and middle schooler. Please, tell me your secret! Sitting in front of the huge CRT is an equally huge man reading a sports newspaper. He's the workshop's manager, actually the owner of this whole building. Tenuji Yugo. I call him Mr. Brawn. Yeah, he's definitely got some brawn on him. It's a fitting name for someone who loves brawn tubes.
どうしたもこうしたもないですよ。あなたからもらったテレビが壊れた。
おめえ、俺のブラウン管を乱暴に扱いやがったな。
It's called recursive maintenance. Try it sometime. I say with the utmost respect to you, Mr. Muscle. Please tell me your secrets. I'll be your best friend if you do. I barely managed to set the heavy TV on the counter.
愛が足りねえんだよ、愛が。
A muscle-bound bald guy talking about love. Hilarious and cute all at once. It sends shivers down my spine.
修理をお願いしたい。最優先だ。
相変わらず変な話し方だな、おめえって。
I got mail! Ah, did she finally reply? I didn't want any of the other Girofroggies, but I did want Fatty. Wait, was there a Fatty in Chaos Head? Or some kind of doll called a Fatty? I don't remember. But now that I think about it, it wasn't really that cute. Actually, it was kind of weird looking. I wonder why I wanted one so bad. Hey, I just realized Fatty kind of looks like Daru-kun. I want to learn more about Fatty. I can learn about the other Fatties some more throughout the main story, I'm sure. Do they even sell Girofroggies anymore? Alright, now we wait. Again. Mr. Braun begins investigating the cause of the problem. With nothing better to do, I look around the store. I don't know if it's just a dust hanging in the air, but something feels stagnant about this place. There are CRT screens everywhere. Honestly, I have 8 gigabytes of mobile net each month, which is enough to not use offline function of YouTube. Sounds pretty good. Protein milkshakes in morning, day, and evening, probably. But muscles require exercise more. Actually, a lot of protein shakes, a lot of ingredients that a lot of protein shakes use, actually use protein that your body has a lot of trouble properly digesting and using for actual muscle growth. If you want to eat protein that's actually really good for muscle growth, you're better off eating actual meats or eggs. Something that has natural protein in it, unlike the powdered stuff that you'd see in jugs at the store. So anything that's natural, eat that instead and then work out, and work out hard. Guarantee you'll see results far faster than you ever will with protein. I speak from experience. There are CRT screens everywhere. Oh, you can go back to check other replies before you send message. Well, that's definitely good, for sure. The haphazard layout makes them seem like junk, but they're all functional, according to Mr. Braun. He's got a full range of both old and new. Some of them are probably older than me. Probably are, actually. There are even some flat screen and HD CRTs that came out just before LCDs took the market. Ooh, HD CRT.
今日は遅くまでやっているんですね。普通だったら夜7時には店じまいでしょ。
The crowds in Akiba thin quickly at night. All the major electronics stores close around 8 or 9 o'clock. And then, as if the liveliness of the day was simply a lie, the town goes silent.
今日はこれから客が来るんでな。
Oh yeah?
客？例の小動物ですか？
おめえな、俺の愛しい娘を小動物呼ばわりするんじゃねえ。
Okay, then would bean sprouts be acceptable? The manager glares at me and takes a photo from his wallet. It's a picture of a young girl, shyly making a peace sign at the camera. One might assume this muscle-bound man to be some kind of pervert. I think you're projecting. But the girl is actually his daughter. She's about 12 years old now, I think. How adorable. His love for her is second only to his love for CRTs. Or was it the other way around? I would hope it'd be the other way around, because I'd feel bad for the kid if the former was true. I see her in the story every now and again. What was her name again?
ないに手出したらぶっ殺すからな。
Well, thank God. I think that answers that question for me. Kid's in good hands. That's it. Nae. A rare name that means to braid. She pops up at the store now and again, so we've interacted with her before. And by we, I mean Mayuri, since she's the only one Nae gets along with. I wonder why. Nae always hides when she sees me or Daru. I must admit, I'm impressed she can sense my aura of madness at such an early age. That's not something that you should be proud of, especially in this context. Mr. Braun makes a grandiose kissing gesture at his daughter's photo. Oh man, this is adorable. Once again, shivers down my spine. Well, clearly your parents never loved you. You fucking freak!
しかし、娘以外でこの工房に客が来ることがあるんですか？
I've been renting the second floor for about 6 months, but I don't recall ever seeing a customer. I wouldn't be surprised if this place were actually making any money.
客っつうかなんつうか。
Well, that sucks. He puts away the photo and goes back to checking the TV, leaving me with that vague answer.
ああ、これは多分基板のハンダ浮きだな。直せろぜ。
そうですか。ではよろしく。
待ってろ。見積書作ってやる。
Well, I mean, hey, time and labor does count. It does count as a part of a service, boy. He's got to devote his time. He's got to devote his time and labor to fix your television, which you broke.
当たり前だろ。払わねえつもりだったのか。
このテレビはあなたからもらったものだぞ。
Yeah, and you broke it, and thus you are giving him a problem that he necessarily didn't have to deal with, but now has to, because you had to keep hitting the damn thing.
だからなんだよ。アフターサービスまでタダでやってやるとは言ってねえぜ。
おのれ。中央間近のオンボロを押し付けておいて、その言い草とは。
Well, hey, you're the one that took the junk, so really, what right do you have to complain?
うるせえな。だったら一つやってもいいんだぞ。家電リサイクル法で回収費ももらうけどな。
横暴だぞ。人類史の未来を変えるやもしれぬ男からたかろうとは。
Hey, he's gotta make some money somehow. He's a business.
ああ？それ誰のことだ？
俺のことに決まっているでしょ。
歯磨いて寝ろよ、ガキ。そもそも2階をただ同然で貸してやってるこの俺にそういうこと言うとはいい度胸だな。
Yeah. Honestly, when put like that, you really should brush your teeth and go to sleep.
修理代は弾もう。
Imagine this guy working the hair salon. That would just be hilarious and perfect. I would pay money to see that. That would just be the chef's kiss of ironies right there. A big muscle-bound bald guy working the hair salon and prettying up everybody's hair. I'll tell you one thing. He'd certainly be very popular with the ladies, for sure. He'd have no problems whatsoever getting himself a girlfriend. In the end, I'm no match for him. Just then, I hear the door open. Oh, is that her? I look up to see that girl has entered the store. She's got the cat smile. She's wearing a vintage jacket and tight shorts that highlight her long limbs and athletic figure. I find myself particularly impressed by her well-defined thighs. Why did we go, huh? Suddenly, time stops. Okay, you know what? I can admit this is my own fault for just going on so many freaking tangents all throughout this thing. But I probably really should just go ahead and stop here because I need to get some food for myself soon before it gets too late. But I think this is probably as good enough of a place to stop as any, given the context. Because I mean, hey, we're being introduced to a new character here, and I'm pretty sure I can have absolutely zero issues whatsoever recalling everything that happened throughout this stream all the way up until the present time. So we'll figure out who this catty girl is here in the next stream. And I need to go eat, like I said, and retire for the night. So, I hope everybody who's tuned in to today's stream had a good time. I most certainly did. I had a lot of fun with this, and I'm still really enjoying this thing so far. It's getting my gray matter quite the workout in a fun way. And yeah, hopefully next week I'll be able to see you guys again for the next installment of Steins Gate, and we can all just enjoy the ride that this game has to offer so far, and just have fun. So I wish you all a very pleasant day or evening or whatever part of the world that you happen to be in, and whatever time zone it is. I know that for some of you it's in the early morning hours, so good morning to you in particular. And yeah, I'll see you all next time, and take good care of yourselves. Good night.
れ